cybersecurity, and the future of digital governance, seeking to find solutions that can lead us to a more equitable, safe, and sustainable future. I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody who participated yesterday and who are participating today as panelists, moderators, rapporteurs, proponents, and proponents. Thank you for your effort and commitment in guaranteeing that these 2 days are fruitful for everybody involved. I want to welcome everybody who are connected through our online channels. Thank you for joining us in enriching the forum with your input. At this conference, we are going to be streaming it through YouTube, our own channel, also via Zoom and social media with the hashtag Lacigf 2025. Of course, we must thank our donors. For this edition of Lacigf, we have received donations, whether in cash or in kind, from the following organizations: the Internet Latin American Association, ALAE, the Association for the Progress of Communications, APC, the Inter-American Association of Telecommunication Companies, ASIET, the Argentine Internet Chamber, CABASE, the Internet Management Committee in Brazil, CGI.br, Civic Compass, Derechos Digitales, Google, the Association GSMA, the Corporation of Internet for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, the UN's IGF, Internet Society Foundation, the Internet Addresses Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, the Association of Top-Level Country Code Domain Managers, and Mercado Libre. To all these organizations, thank you. Without your commitment and collaboration, it would not be possible to carry out this collective effort which promotes an open, inclusive, and people-centric Internet. Furthermore, we would like to thank local organizations that have made possible for us to materialize this 18th edition of Lacigf. Our organization has been the responsibility of Civic House, the Catholic University of Córdoba, which is hosting us, and Wingo. And the following organizations have also collaborated: the Government of Córdoba, the Municipality of Córdoba, Corlab, Democracia en Red, Fundación Tecnológica con Propósito, Global Shapers Córdoba, and Santex. Lastly, we would like to thank the work of Lacigf's Secretariat, which is the responsibility of Colnodo, the Colombian organization. To continue the work and discussions started today, we are going to prepare ourselves to start the sessions today. Before, we are going to ask everybody who hasn't enrolled today, please do so that we can keep registry of everybody involved. Today's agenda includes a big session in this same room, followed by a block of quick talks and parallel sessions, which are going to happen in other rooms today. After lunch, we will have another session of parallel talks, and then we're going to come back to this room for the final talk and for the closure. Before we start the sessions, I would like to share with you certain information. The people involved in the organization of the forum and the logistics teams are going to be paying attention to anything that you may need. So during the event, there is a room that is available for you if you want to hold meetings or work. You may do so in the dining area or in room T151, which is on the first floor in the Independencia building. We are going to have coffee breaks, but you have coffee available for you whenever you want. Also, we are going to have interpretation into English and Portuguese and Spanish in this room. Now we're going to move on to our first session called The Governance of Internet Resources in Latin America and the Caribbean, a multi-stakeholder approach, regulation, and fragmentation. This panel is going to be moderated by Paula Otegui. Paula, please come up to the stage. She holds a degree in international affairs. She is a part of LACNIC's staff since 2012, and now she is the multi-stakeholder relationships leader and within the strategic relationship department. She has strengthened relationships with diverse actors within the internet community at a regional international level, and she has coordinated different programs around internet governance. We also would like to invite to the stage Ernesto Majo from LACNIC, Carolina Aguirre from UCI CETIS, Rocio La Fuente from LACTLD, Eugenio V. Garcia from the Ministry of External Affairs in Brazil, Raúl Echeverría from Malay, Soledad Bouliane from ETC Group, and finally, Rosalia Morales from NIC, Costa Rica, who is joining us online. By the end of this session, we are going to have a moment for a Q&A. And of course, please, I would like to ask for a round of applause for our panelists. And for those participating online, we would like to hear your questions and invite you to write questions in the chat box in YouTube and Zoom. This session will last 90 minutes, and I'm going to give the floor to the moderator now. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this session, whose challenge is that it's, the first one of the day. So thank you, everybody participating in person and online. Of course, I'm Paula Tegui. I am the multi-holder relationship leader at LACNIC, and it is my huge pleasure to be moderating this panel, which is comprised by experts in the region. So the title is The Governance of Internet Resources in Latin America and the Caribbean, a multi-stakeholder approach, regulation and fragmentation. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizers of this session, CGI.br and LACTLD, and of course also the support of the multi-stakeholder committee of LACIGF. Very briefly, I just want to tell you about how we're going to approach this panel. We are going to analyze the current politic panorama that different countries are going through in the region, Latin America and the Caribbean, around what the internet resource management is about, followed by follow-up on public policies, shutdown orders, and different regulatory frameworks that are risking guidelines that have been established internationally for the management of said resources. Our panel is going to propose open discussions, casual discussions, and plural discussions by the hand of our panelists. And we will explore resource governance in the region by analyzing the common principles in the different arrangements between institutions. Apart from that, we are going to analyze success cases and challenges that are conditioning multi-stakeholder governance in our region. Finally, we are going to come up with suggestions and recommendations on administration or management of internet resources based on the multi-stakeholder approach. Let me introduce our esteemed panelists. Representing academia, from Uruguay is Carolina Guerra. She has a PhD in technological governance at a global level. She's an author, a keynote speaker. She's a professor at the Catholic University of Uruguay, and she's co-director of CETIS from the San Andres University. Hello, Carolina, welcome. Representing the technical community is Ernesto Majo, who is the executive director of the Internet Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean, LACNIC. Online, we have Rosalia Morales, who is the Executive Director of NIC Costa Rica. Hello, good morning, Rosalia. And also Rocio La Fuente, who is the General Manager of LACTLD. Hi, Ro. And in person, representing the government, is Eugenio Garcia, who is the Extraordinary Technology and Innovation Ambassador and the Director of the Science, Technology and Innovation and Intellectual Property Department of the Foreign Ministry of Brazil. Welcome, Eugenio. And by me, representing the private sector, is Echeverria Raúl, who is the director of ALAI, and he's also a member of the board of ICANN. All right, now that I have introduced our panelists to you, we are going to kick off our discussion, for which I'm going to invite Rocio de la Fuente, who is going to be sharing a presentation showing us a real panorama around the governance of internet resources in the region. Let me try to be as tidy as possible regarding time, so please, panelists, if you see that I am, gesturing, please be kind enough to cut it short. I am going to be telling you how many minutes you have left. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to keep it brief. Thank you, Paula, for this introduction. I wanted to share a very brief presentation about how the internet resources are managed. So these are domain names and IP addresses. When we talk about internet resources, we mean these essential components or identifiers which allow for the internet to work in a stable, safe way, and that it be internationally operable. So on the one hand, we have the domain system with the IP addresses that identify connected devices, and we can also consider routing infrastructure. So at a global level, as the title of the session says, these resources are coordinated through a multi-stakeholder approach or model where ICANN has a crucial role. On the one hand, it surveils and coordinates the routes of the domain system through a decentralized structure. It has 13 servers, and it has local instances as well. And on the other hand, ICANN coordinates and manages assigning unique identifiers like domain names and IP addresses. In the case of IP addresses, it assigns big blocks to different national or local registries in Latin America and some countries and territories in the Caribbean. This assignment is responsibility of Lacigf, which is the registry for Latin America and the Caribbean. And in the case of domain names, it coordinates with entities who are responsible for the operation of domain names that are top level or first level, which is what we call TLD registries. Between those top level domains, there are GTLDs, which are the generic top-level domains. We have 3 or more characters, and the other ones who are the high-level, which are like country codes, which have 2 characters. So we said that at a regional level, Lacigf receives these big blocks of IP addresses, and at the same time, it is responsible for assigning IP blocks that are smaller to service providers that users hire and other technical operators. And all those entities are members of Lacigf. And at the same time, as a regional registry, Lacigf is in charge of promoting and development policies to manage the safe administration of these resources at a regional level. And these are managed via a multi-stakeholder approach or model that has particular characteristics. Regarding domain names, we have WID, TLD registry, which are responsible of bringing technical infrastructure of DNS for the top-level domain names in Argentina, for example. The 2-character code is .ar, and it's administered by NIC Argentina, which, apart from bringing this technical infrastructure, it updates continuously the registry database so that the domain names can be resolved in a correct way so that the users can access the content associated with the websites that they want to serve. So lastly, in the case of the community of SSTLD registries community, we see a multi-stakeholder approach because these entities may have different types of judicial infrastructures. They might belong to the government or be from the private sector, academia, or NGOs, or be from the civil society. This diversity that is in the community is global, not only in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we can say that in Latin America and the Caribbean, 40%, almost 40% of CCTLDs is managed by academic entities. So it's a very broad context to frame the discussion that we're going to have today, and I'm going to give the floor back to you, Paula. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rocio, for this introductory framework that helps us understand what we are going to talk about here on now. We're going to start the first round of questions, which is subdivided in two sections. On the one hand, I'm going to ask a kickoff question to Ernesto and Rosalia, and then to the rest of the panelists, to whom I'm going to ask a second question. So for the first round, the first question is, how are the internet resources governed or managed? Every panel is going to have 5 minutes to answer, and I am going to give the floor to Rosalia first, if that's okay with you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be joining today. And well, I would like to share the perspective of our organization. And as Rocio said, we are CCTLD. We administer the country-level domain in Costa Rica. We are the domain .cr. In Costa Rica, as I said, we manage the domains. We've been operating for 35 years. We started in the 90s. The authority at that time entitled us with the authorization of the authorization for managing these resources, and what changed was exactly the governance of those resources, because now we are free to resort to a new or a different type of governance. At the local level, NIC Costa Rica is part of an academic sphere. We are an independent project, of course, but we are the same legal body. Let's say we are a public entity, and we report to the Associates Assembly, and that means that we submit the budgets, our projects, our debates, so that we can offer transparency and governance. The Assembly of the Academy appoints different members for our board. Then, as an executive director, I report to that board, and that is independent from all our legal structure. The board has members from the National Academy of Sciences, and we can also suggest external members with a maximum of 5 members. So we have the Associates Assembly, which is quite big and which supervises NIC Costa Rica activities, and which also has a board which is responsible of defining the policies that we apply in CCTLD in order to assign and administer the domains, the different domains. So this board is responsible for transparent management, and so that we apply funds and financing in a transparent way. On the other hand, we have, let's say, a low-level governance, and that is how is that we share our results and our projects at national level. Yes, it's how is that we get to people, so that we created a consultative committee including all the entities, all the important entities in Costa Rica that have, let's say, an effect and in Costa Rica, and for them, yes, we also report to them, and we try to establish a, a debate, yes, a conversation with them. This committee is formed by different agents. We have the academia, we have private companies, civil society entities as well, and all of them are represented in this committee. And this shows the actual structure of our governance. At international level, we are part of ICANN, and we work with CCNSO. We are also part of TLD, where we collaborate with the different NICs of the region in Latin America and the Caribbean. We share experiences, and we try to have an open debate as regards best practices in the different countries, so that we can move forward with this project of managing the domain names. So in sum, we have different levels of governance at local, national, and international level, and this might vary from country to country. We have a philosophy of being really transparent in our administration and management, and I think that I was clear explaining how is that we manage CCTLD using the infrastructure and the structure that we have. Well, good morning to everyone. Greetings to the remote colleagues. It is a pleasure for me to be here. Like Nick, as Rosalia mentioned, we are one of the 5 entities of registration at global level. We are the registry of IP addresses, so we assign the IP resources. This is a basic operative function, but it's quite relevant for the operation of networks. From the technical side, it is a very simple piece of work. However, it is the base of all the processes that enable the actual functioning of Internet. So our role is to ensure that that registry is as precise as possible, and that the assignment of that registry is accurate from the technical point of view. So we work for the appropriate management of that resource. So we were entitled with this role and this responsibility, and we should be up to the challenge. We are an entity that we are in custody of that resource in the benefit of the society. So it was the community of Internet who provided us with this role through a process that made this process available in this region 23 years ago, 25 years ago. Some pioneers of the region understood that we had the opportunity or the space to bring this to the region and to implement this in an accurate way. So we had this process of recognition for a regional registry, and this was the fourth registry at the global level. And when I mean regional registry, I mean that in that path I was describing, we had to or we had to verify that we had the technical capacities and skills, that we had internet suppliers or operators that were sure that we could be fulfilling that role. And so we had several steps. We had ICP2. This is a document that outlined the emergence of Lacigf as the second registry at global level, so that we could fulfill this role. We have been managing 33 regions, and well, in some, this is what we do. This document, ICP2, is in process of review because, of course, we need some updates. We started a consultation process 2 years ago, and so the community empowers us and enables us to continue with our work. And so then, this is how we work. We as an organization, we have to fulfill the role that the community offers, and the community establishes the rules and the policies. Those rules that we have to apply in order to administer the resource that we have in custody. And that process is the development of policies. It is the development of the process of development of the companies. We, as the community, identify the needs. We use a clearly defined process, and then we go to the community and we explain how is that we are going to change the rules at the technical level. So that is in sum, the definition of the rules, and it's actually the work we complete as an organization. Then, okay, we are an NGO at Lacigf, and our objective as an organization is to operate this registry. We are based in Uruguay. We have the recognition from the government of Uruguay, thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, thanks to Eugenio. And we have a structure where we have a board. We have Esteban Lescano. He's one of the board members. We have 8 directors. We have 13,000 associates or members, and those members elect the representatives, let's say the directors, who will be representing the organization. So that is the origin of Lacigf, what is our role, how we work, and how is that we organize our institution. Thank you, Ernesto Rosalia, for explaining how is that we administer, how is that you administer the resources of internet, both numbers and names, and you use transparent models. So continuing with this first round of sub-questions for Carolina, for Raúl and Eugenio, I'm going to guide you with some questions so that you can address the topic as you prefer. So how is that you analyze multi-sectorial governance as regards resources in our region, and which is the governance model in your countries? Which are the institutional arrangements that you identify, and how is how the sectors are involved in the processes? You have 5 minutes, and Raúl, if you agree, I would like to start with you. Oh, hi, thank you. Good morning to everyone. I will start with the last question. How is that we involve in this work in LI? We participate in all the activities possible. We are strongly committed with the different instances of participation, and we work hard in order to create bonds between private and public sectors in order to create public policies. So the topic of collaboration and participation is in the very genes of our organization. So when we have these mechanisms of participation is crucial. In the region, we have great examples. Ernesto mentioned Lacigf, but we also have global organizations such as ICANN that have an impact on the region. And I think that, well, they are organizations that have a regional impact, and thanks to their essence, they are permanently looking for some aspects to improve. And of course, yes, enhancing participation, transparency. So the mechanisms are designed so that they create the pathways or the avenues to move forward, so that the organization itself is trying to improve the processes. So that is really good. And we also have several examples at national level. I think that Rosalia's point of view is very important when she mentioned the consultative committee from her country, and we also have this managing committee from Brazil. They were pioneers, and it is also an example at international level because they have participated at global level as a reference point, yes. And okay, my first reflection would be that they are not static, dead mechanisms. Of course, they are not perfect. We should aim for perfection, yes, but with a clear goal. We need to have more processes, more participation in order to reflect the interests of different stakeholders. But I think that the actors, the stakeholders change, and so the mechanisms should be aligned with the changes that are being developed. So we need to evolve. For instance, recently in Brazil, we saw some actions that were, let's say, we're trying to go back, yes, or go backwards, and to disregard the advancements, yes, in terms of regulatory or normative frameworks. And of course, this would be really negative for the community of Brazil, and it would be also harmful for the international sphere. And so we need to be careful of these bodies that really work. And of course, from our institution, we support the committee from Brazil. And we're not saying that we won't change, that we don't want to change, but of course the changes have to be oriented in a positive direction, because we have to need more participation, more openness, of course. And I think that we have other mechanisms in the region, because one of your questions, Paula, was more generic from the model of governance, and I think that we have other mechanisms from ELAC, yes. We've been participating here for 20 years, and we have discussions about digital policies together with government, and I think that there we have a mechanism for participation, but the rules are never clear, or it's like they are never consolidated. In the sphere of telecommunications, we also have some spaces, but we still have to work in order to ensure our participation. And maybe we will outline better rules. And lastly, I think that I have two items to mention. I think that we have to bring the multi-stakeholder program to other spheres. Maybe, yes, we have to modify our agenda, and we have to link the forums and the global agreements with the development of policies at the national level. Yesterday, you mentioned that there were some negotiations at the United Nations, and of course, maybe we will have some support for the multi-stakeholder model. But maybe when we go to the territory, we go at national level, we do not have the spaces in order to have a discussion as regards the proposals. So let's be careful about the existing mechanisms. Let's try not to go backwards. Let's try to improve the existing mechanisms, and let's try to expand the multi-sectorial or multi-stakeholder module, and so that we can bring that to local level and offer more opportunities for everyone.
I'm giving the floor to Eugenia now. Thank you, Paula. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you for inviting me as well to participate in this beautiful city of Cordoba, and I would like to congratulate the Catholic University of Cordoba for their hospitality. From a more political point of view, I would like to talk about the multi-stakeholder governance of the internet in Brazil. Of course, you are very familiar with CGI, which is the committee in Brazil, which is comprised by different representatives of different departments of government, the private sector, civil society, and also the scientific and technological society community. So all that within the context of a network of institutions of NIC.br. The management of internet resources is in charge of that. So this model is very successful in Brazil historically. As therefore, we have a lot to say and to contribute to at a regional and national level, like the civil framework in Brazil, which is very popular. You can find information about that everywhere online. And I don't know if you remember the global network that was organized in 2013. It was very important at the time. And now we've had the Plus 10 net, World Net, which passed the São Paulo guidelines for the multi-stakeholder approach. So I think that we are in a very solid place with this multi-stakeholder approach or model in Brazil. Now, the theme of this session is not only this approach, but also regulation and fragmentation. And herein are two regulations perspectives, which are local and international. So we need to have, to reflect on those two aspects. For example, say fragmentation is to avoid for internet to be fragmented, to keep an open, safe, global, interoperable internet. At a national level, it is a challenge because we need more institutions, that act on these issues. So this is as far as domestic level. Let me just bring up some case in Brazil. So we have talked about a bill that has been submitted already. So the government has already presented it in Congress about digital fair digital competitiveness. So we are trying to define guidelines or rules that strengthen the role of CADI, which is the Administrative Council of Economic Defense. So it has been presented, submitted, but I think that the discussion is going to be pushed for next year because, of course, we're in November, we have the end of the year coming up. But it is an example of initiatives that might result in changes, in actual changes, and the way that the resources are managed and presented. At the same time, it talks about the role of the intermediaries who are providers. But on the other hand, we have another bill which is about AI. Right now, it's being discussed in the deputy chamber, so it's already being debated, and we have public forums also in place. And we think that if this project is adopted, it might be possible that it be in December. There are some drafts, but the discussion right now is not precisely about internet, say, but it has repercussions because there are issues that are typically associated to AI, which repercutes or has a ripple effect in digital environments. So another thing that was mentioned yesterday actually was that we called a corton, which is a verdict or an order by the Supreme Court there as a result of a decision made after an analysis of how or whether it was partially unconstitutional according to Section 19. So, as we have said, it has more than 1,000 pages, but honestly, it is maybe a reaction that wasn't posted in that way, but because they weren't able to make progress in Congress, then justices are trying to make decisions in the meantime. So the role of legislators uh, kind of counterpoints those judiciaries because they need to make an impact. Because, I mean, for example, when we talk about fake news and misinformation during elections, we had a need to define electoral crimes. So whether that be using deep fakes, fake news, all right, so then that would constitute something that you cannot do. So for people to abide by the law, it is necessary to define what those electoral or election crimes are, which is what the Electoral Justice Committee did in Brazil. So, of course, it's a very complex issue that pertains to the domestic stuff. So, as far as international regulation, because, of course, we talk about the UN as an intergovernmental association, but we must say, how do we pose the multi-sectoral approach at the UN? Because it is an organization that poses a level playing field because it abides by the sovereignty of all the states. But of course, there are power relations that are unequal between states, between member states, because so there's tension. Of course, also the multi-sectoral or multi-stakeholder approach has an analogous power inequality as well. So there are smaller businesses in the private sector, but there are bigger companies that are global. So there are systemic impacts. So this is what happens at the level of the multi-stakeholder approach or multi-sector approach. So first we need to analyze leveling the playing field and power relations or power inequality. I'm going to stop here, but I can talk more about this later. Thank you so much, Eugenio. I am going to move on to Carolina. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be joining the panel. Eugenio has already made some comments that I'm going to pick up later, but I did wanted to focus on picking up some of the ideas that were posed in this question about the governance of multi stakeholders, and specifically the scientific and academic sectors. Because, I am a professor and a researcher, a fellow, so this is what I want to bring to the panel. This is my contribution. So on the one hand, the problems that the technical community of internet have catered to in these last 50 years, that has the TCP/IP, have shown that they have not only been able to involve actors from the technological and scientific sector, but also actors coming from the government and the private sector and the civil society, and that regardless, academia in many of these more formal environments, when internet governance became a sort of an institution in itself, have not managed maybe to have a voice and the possibility to participate as effectively, at least not as effective as they would have wished in the origins of internet. So what I think is very relevant is to provide context, this progress, say, or this advancement of the network economic and digital system, without which we would not be even having this conversation about AI and other technologies that are overlapping in this networked or interlinked digital system. And we have this experience, and Eugenio, Raúl, Ernesto have pointed out, and Rosalia did as well with the case of Costa Rica. All of these processes start interweaving and consolidate in national contexts where there is experience in academia, or where, for example, you have nick.cr. But we also have countries where there is a regulatory tradition that is very specific and solid amid the backdrop of civil rights on the internet. For example, in Brazil, which has also consolidated a multiple stakeholder for the governance of internet model. So I think that from the position where all the actors involved, but also the scientific and academic community of the region, what we should do is see how we can build bridges that enhances incentives and the capabilities of this sector, so that they can participate and have a voice, and be able to really incorporate this agenda. Because I think that sometimes we fail to improve the systems that these incentive systems have in the region, say, especially like to reward or acknowledge the time and effort that a person needs to devote to when they are in the participation of this process, in the process of participation. So, and I say this because it is very important that we can take into consideration the central role that universities play and investigative environments have in deploying and consolidating internet, but at the same time from other interdisciplinary perspectives, to carry out a dialogue and a process of consolidating public policies in terms of the internet and networks, and also in using these technologies so that we can improve these capabilities. This relates to what we can do as far as scientists, but also of what we can do at a regional level and a national level, and so that we can help for that this participation be more effective and fruitful. And in this regard, I strongly agree with what Raúl was saying especially in relation with looking after the existing mechanism of multi-stakeholder governance models. Maybe we can think of more forums or specific environments so that we can carry out conversations around a particular subject, but we need to consolidate a governance process and making things more institutional. So we cannot just like kill it off, say, or freeze it. It's which would be the easy option. What we need to do is to continue to work on strengthening this pathway that we have been on, and which has shown to have positive results, and there's room for improvement as well. So this is the commitment that Lacigf has and all the organizations that are advocating for this multi-stakeholder governance. Thank you so much, Carolina. It's very interesting what everybody has said. I would just like to touch on what Rosalia and Ernesto have said, and recapping on this. Raúl is talking about the effort made from ALAI in participating any space that will hold them, especially if it's diverse. So it's really important to bring closer to this to bring this model closer to countries and to continue working on these models and also to look after these models. So Genio mentioned how important it was Net Mundial plus 10, the Sao Paulo guidelines, and he shared different bills, national bills and international bills around digital issues. And especially he highlighted some of the complexities. Carolina, on her part, highlighted the regional experience that there is around this model, but also highlighted how important it is to build bridges from from academia, from the researchers' point of view, and to make them active participants as well. So I would want to thank everybody for your participation and your input, which undoubtedly gives me the perfect segue into the second round, because everybody has mentioned these challenges that yes exist around the internet resources management, each from your own sector. So my second round question is for everybody. How can the multi-stakeholder model can contribute to face up to many of the challenges that you mentioned in the first round? I'm going to give you, again, 5 minutes each. And I'm going to kind of switch the dynamics up, and I'm going to begin with Carolina. If you want to start with with your answer.
Yes, well, here I would like to say that, well, I am in a panel that tries to analyze the discussion of the critical administration of resources. And when we have these layers of protocols, well, I would like to bring an additional protocol or resource that has a different management process. We have, for instance, the standardization processes. And when we refer to this, I think that we should continue enlarging or improving the participation processes, because at a global level, when we speak about internet standards, we do not have good numbers of participation, and I know that there is a strong effort from different bodies and entities in the region that, okay, they are trying to improve participation, regional participation in the processes. When we have the TLD workshops, and when we gather with the technicians, yes, we try to move forward. And when we go back to the fact of the participation of governance, and there we have a debate, a strong debate in our region. And well, I think that this is the leading discussion, and it is related to fragmentation. And I think this is in line with content regulation, online content regulation from the top levels, from the top layers. We see some impositions that try to control content, either blocking DNS or blocking IPs, and maybe the actors, yes, network providers or some other agents involved, they should comply with the orders because some type of content is regarded as illicit or harmful. And of course, this varies from country to country. And recently, we have completed a study on DNS, on DNS shutdowns, and we developed these case studies in different political spheres of Latin America. We used surveys, and even though the reasons may vary according to the different contexts, of course, maybe we have different indexes as regards the rule of law. Sometimes we have more transparencies as regards DNS shutdowns. And okay, we have some cases such as Uruguay and Argentina where we have shutdowns. And they are numerous, but fortunately, the reasons and the purposes are clear in Uruguay and Argentina. But in other contexts in the region, we do not have that piece of information. We do not have transparency as regards the reasons. We do not know the arguments. But okay, the effect in internet itself specifically is the vagueness in terms of how the shutdowns are ordered, yes, or how they are communicated, because it is like a graveyard of DNS. They are not active. We have repositories or listings in which the domains are no longer functional. And also we see that these shutdowns are related to timing, yes? Especially the judicial agents, yes, they order some shutdowns, and maybe these decisions, yes, or these petitions are not related to, let's say, the market, or they do not have a commercial effect, but, well, the information is limited for some communities. And therefore, we can say that the information access is not a right that is not a guaranteed right. So sometimes a petition is filed in order to remove some content. Of course, we see that the judicial agents are not aware of the whole process. And of course, we have some techniques in order to overpass the shutdowns. For instance, by using VPNs, so DNS shutdowns are not maybe an efficient means in order to block or to remove content. So, in context where the rule of law is not respected, let's say, we can say that in the future we should be really mindful about the workings of VPN at national level. And then we will see other shutdowns techniques. And of course, the challenge itself is not being solved, yes, or is not being the access to internet, of course, should be regarded as a human right. And of course, the access of content, I don't want to mention infrastructure access, yes, because we will be debating here for ages, but I think that this arises from the very emergence of internet, because we need to guarantee the access to these rights that I mentioned so that we can ensure governance of multi-stakeholders. And here I would like to hear the other panelists. We have some asymmetrical relations, yes? And if Brazil is showing this diagnostic that, well, in that some entities at market level can't establish a solid or, let's say, uneven control, well, maybe this is something to think about in the future. Rosalia, now you have the floor. Thank you very much. In the experience of Costa Rica, we have been really successful in the multi-stakeholder model. I can mention two areas. The first, at international level, I might say that over the years we've been in the, let's say, the last 10 years in the debates at the United Nations and at ITU and other spheres. Internet governance is being discussed, and of course the topics are crucial for the regulation of internet in the future. And due to the creation of this consultative committee I mentioned previously, in Costa Rica, we were able to discuss with the delegations, the government delegations, and so the different agents of society are included. We noted that the technical community and civil society entities were not included in these debates, yes, because they are actually the users, and of course the technical community is the actual entity that understands how everything is working. So the agents have been included in the tables, in the discussions, because these representatives or these officials, okay, they share their position, and so in the whole country we can see what is happening at the whole territory, and with the debates at United Nations, and with the next meetings and the next assembly that will be held in December, okay, this multi-stakeholder model maybe will be useful in order to, let's say, to prepare the governments for the future. And on the other hand, I would mention that a governance coalition was created. It is TCCM. It was created in 2024 so that the technical community has the possibility to express their voices so that the organizations managing critical resources in numbers and names, we are more than 40 members, so that we have a clear position and we can bring that position before the United Nations, yes? We had the possibility to include the technical community, as I mentioned earlier, and we've seen openness from the different parties, yes, from United Nations, in order to include particularly these communities that were not included. So it was really interesting at the international level, and it was effective, yes, because we managed to include these sectors. And at country level, in Costa Rica, several acts were passed in terms of internet and maybe, yes, or the internet subscription plans, yes, benefiting the subscribers, yes, the users. And we managed to include technical aspects related to the connection quality. And okay, these are examples where civil society, private companies, government, and the technical community share views in order to enhance the bills, enhance the actual acts passed. And maybe, of course, the debates were rather heated, yes, were intense, rather intense. And I might say that in Costa Rica, as an organization in this international and local environment, this multi-stakeholder model enabled us to have a seat in the discussion. And when we try to use this model and we try to include all agents, yes, we managed to participate in global forums. And we've seen that the final result is better, is positive, because we are including more citizens. In the end, yes, it's more efficient, because everything is focused on the actual persons that are going to use this resource. And of course, this enhances internet, and we can think about the future. In the last 20 years, we've seen an opportunity arising so that we could improve this situation at the national and international level.
Okay, I think it was ambitious of me to ask for you to talk for only 5 minutes, so I'm going to ask for you to keep it to 3 minutes, you guys, when you answer these questions. Okay, yeah, we are talking about challenges, so I would like to, make a difference between regional and national challenges. The first would be a challenge or a threat, say. So if there is a threat to the multi-stakeholder model in Brazil, because we are talking about a bill in Congress that could change the way in which internet is organized in Brazil. Well, I don't think so, actually. I don't think that there is a threat to that, because I myself, I'm witness firsthand, because I'm participating of CGI's meetings. I am a guest member, and our participations have, or the CGI participations has been very successful, because and actually CGI's and NIC.BR's participation has been successful. And I do not think there is a possibility in changing, that we change the multi-sector approach in Brazil. That's a personal appreciation. But the CGI and all those, of course, is linked to technical capabilities of internet resource management. and expertise in debates at the domestic level and international level also can benefit from this. So we are talking, for example, about the WISIS Plus 20 revision, which is the Information Society Summit, and the CGI has adopted some recommendations, which I'm showing you in my hand, to the WISIS process. WSIS process. It is available online in English and Portuguese. So I highly recommend that you read these recommendations done by the CGI because they are very interesting, even at the language level, the vocabulary level, because it's written in layman terms. Anybody can understand it. So we are on our first revision of the draft. That's what we're doing. And I think that we do not talk enough about this process, this WSIS process. Maybe we have time in the further sessions that we're going to have. So at the regional level, then, I think that the big challenge would be to find common ground, especially around digital topics for the government, because we have a very polarized political situation, and everybody is very well informed about that. Now, for example, let's take human rights. How is it possible that we do not have a shared stance on this as a region? Okay, I didn't mention this, but this is my opportunity to say that last month, the new act on protecting children and youth in digital environments was passed in Brazil. So we submitted this to our associates in Mercosur because this is coming from Brazil. So we introduced them to the idea of having a special declaration coming from presidents about protecting children online. I think that this has already begun. There's a discussion around this, but I think that we are going to reach a consensus next year in the Mercosur summit in Brazil. That would be an example that there is a possibility to reach a consensus and to have a shared view and stance. But it's still a challenge for us in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Eugenio. Ernesto? Okay, to begin with, Lacnic is faithful, very faithful to this approach and this model. I mean, we have always been committed to this approach. I mean, you might not know, but Lacnic is one of the founders of this space. And precisely this space emerged so that we could hold these relevant discussions with the multiple stakeholders. So that is part of our DNA. We are also 100 committed, and we actually have been committed for the last 15 years with the Secretariat of our space. It's a clear demonstration of the role and the commitment that we have. We need to keep and to maintain having these rich discussions. At the same time, our own process of developing policies and internet resource management also takes into consideration open participation from the community and anybody interested. Anybody who has an interest, a genuine interest on the administration of internet resources in the region and who wants to get involved, to bring ideas to us, to try to modify how these resources are managed is very welcome. So as an organization, as I say, we are part of this group and or we abide by this motto of the multi-stakeholder model and want to continue carrying it out in a better way. Lastly, I hope that this continues and becomes better in the future. I mean, there are some dangers for those who don't know about how it goes. There is some particularity about the management of internet resources. As I was saying, LACNIC is the regional registry, but we coordinate with two national registries, .br in Brazil and NIC Mexico. These entities predated LACNIC, and they are actually founding members of LACNIC. So our concern is that if those projects were to evolve, they might impact impact the mechanism because of the lack of knowledge of how to coordinate administration and management of the numbers administration on internet. So it would be very effective. We would see a lot of disruption in the way that things have been done until today. Thank you, Paula. You started this second round asking how we could use a multi-stakeholder approach to solve other problems. So actually we use it for anything. That's the answer. A higher participation from every actor is useful in any discussion surrounding public policy or digital issues. Participating does not necessarily mean being in a multi-stakeholder model. We have had opportunities to participate that are not really getting engaged in this model. It's a different thing. So participating is a sine qua non condition, but it's not enough for us to have a multi-stakeholder model. So sometimes we do participate, but it doesn't translate into actual specific mechanisms of participation and engagement. So as I was mentioning before, I think it is necessary that these multi-stakeholder models are applied to any discussions around digital issues. I mean, we have a cultural background of internet governance. We should take advantage of that and continue to deepen this model and these opportunities that keep coming up. Carolina mentioned some examples. But I mean, any digital policy issue can benefit from this model. I mean, the development of public policies as well, not only regarding bills and drafting laws or acts. We need to have more government discussions because they have been ineffective in a context, especially that is moving at a fast pace. Now, Eugenio was mentioning two bills, the AI bill in Brazil, and Sergio, I don't know if it's been going 4 years in the making, right? So 4 years to discuss an AI regulation. Okay, we have been talking about one in Chile for the last 2 years. So it's a second version of a prior project. I mean, they take a long, long time. And there are hundreds, between 300 and 500 bills in Latin America regarding AI, of which only 2 have passed. So we have devoted thousands, tens of thousands of hours on working on these projects, and many times, or oftentimes, because of the lack of engagement of the actors, then when projects move forward, and we have the opportunity to actually participate from the civil society or the private sector, and we point out the undesired effects that they might have, and sometimes have like counteract. So if all of the actors were involved, the development of these public policies would be more efficient, and achieving our goals would be, we could actually achieve our goals. So innovation in public policy in a world that is innovating so much, comes hand by hand by the multi-stakeholder approach. So we have 2 big challenges. One is that we need more regional coordination. It is not a good time right now. I mean, maybe Mercosur is the exception because it's working well, but we have just been the witnesses of deciding to delay or postpone the Summit of the Americas in the Dominican Republic. So because the relationship within governments is not very good, so we're not going through a good patch in terms of regional coordination. And of course is that the model that we defend kind of clashes with traditional governance models. Ours is based on the maximizing seeking consensus, and the others are based on building or having a majority of votes. They are all based on a majority model. Now, our vision is really different. It's based on transparency, accountability, and therefore this cultural clash, just might benefit from just speaking to one another a little more dialogue, and a position that is more collaborative. Thank you, Raul. All right, as usual, we have reached the end of our time. I know Caro has to go and Ernesto as well. So if it's okay with you, I think we can take like just 1 minute to see if any audience member has a question so that panelists can hear the question and take 30 seconds to react and for your takeaways so that we can cooperate for the agenda to move gently and the way it should.
I ask you to be brief. Okay, we will have 3 interventions. Thank you, Eric Eriarte here. The regional solutions or the global solutions are related to consensus, yes, but each country has its sovereignty, and the Congress and the executive power are also sovereign. And so when we try to have a position on resources that is critical. And so from a regional perspective, how is that you address the local issues? Because sovereignty, yes, is affected in some way. Okay, Valeria. Hi, this is Valeria Betancourt. I was surprised from this conversation the following. Yes, the notion of public interest as regards the governance of internet in the region. Yes, I think that you mentioned previously, I think that yes, the topics were mentioned, but we didn't have the opportunity to emphasize on this. Of course, the management can't be centralized, yes, from the state, and I think that the actual management should be aligned in public interest, and I think that we should think about the challenges, yes, and which are from your point of view, yes, which are the main challenges as regards continuing working with the reference points, yes, related to, or the main points related to human rights? Yes, please be brief. Hi, my name is Lucas. I'm going to switch to Portuguese. I really liked your interventions, especially in terms of fragmentation and how is that you are working in each country. And I have a question related to that. We had many difficulties in order to find or to reach consensus in order to transform those rights or to turn those rights into correct rules and norms. How is that we can create consensus with the different sectors, taking into account the pressures, yes, inequalities, the private sector, yes, big technologies, and how is that is affecting society, and how is that we can enlarge and strengthen the participation of civil society, of course. For instance, CJI in Brazil, in order to develop a multi-sectorial approach at government level. Please, the panelists, In just a phrase, yes, and a final message, I will start with Rosalia and Carolina, and then we will continue with the panelists here in this very site. Well, thank you for your questions. Well, first and foremost, the multi-stakeholder model is a local tool, a critical tool in order to be directly related with public entities. And so we can fill the room, yes, we can measure or assess the actual situation so that we are aware of the situation before outlining the public policies. Of course, we can say that all this is in a direct relation with human resources, and of course the citizens is the very center of the internet use, and I think that strengthening the participation of civil society in these spaces is done by IGF, but local forums of IGF, yes, so that civil society and the other sectors of society have a voice in the discussion. Thank you. Carolina, now you have the floor. Well, just adding to the words of Rosalia, and in order to provide answers to Eric and Valeria, and I would also like to add some ideas to the idea of Lucas. Well, you mentioned consensus, and we said that governance issues are inserted or included in a local sphere, and in the institutions outside the technical community, maybe consensus was not the main mechanism used, yes? So we have to continue working, and in our own public spaces and public spheres, yes, in order to advocate for public interest. So maybe we might reach consensus in the future, but of course these are time intensive, and of course maybe there will be some effects in terms of participation of agents that are not so democratic, yes, so we have to enhance openness channels, participation means, so that all actors should be included in these decision-making processes, yes. And of course, we have different hierarchies, and we have to be aware of the whole process. And of course, we are here today from a privileged point of view, but of course the citizens maybe do not always are in the same position, but as Rosalia said, when we see that a certain right is breached, well, community raises the voices, yes, and that's why these debates are so interesting, and we continue addressing these very interesting topics. Raúl? No, I changed my mind. Okay, we mentioned consensus and the seek for consensus. And I think that sovereignty is not affecting country coordination, because we might share in a sovereign way different opinions, and the political moment, of course, makes diplomacy harder. So we need more diplomacy, not less diplomacy. Well, in particular, I would like to mention the management of numeric resources. In this region, well, as I mentioned, we are in custody LACNIC is in custody of those resources. We were born actually for that and to use those resources appropriately in the region and in the community, and that is our permanent goal. And in that sense, one of the actions that we perform is that we provide information, yes, and we invite the different governments to participate in our discussions. And of course, some of the discussions are very technical. And yes, maybe if you belong to government or you belong to the public policy creation process, yes, these debates might seem a bit strange, but we are really glad to be involved in these conversations. And of course, yes, I might say that even it is true that we see some trends in terms of, let's say, as regards numerical resources, maybe we see some trends that are trying to distort the focus, but we have certain mechanisms in order to ensure that temporary role where we are custodies of that numeric resource, and of course we are authorized to use that, but we are not the owners of that resource. But of course, yes, we work with the whole community. Okay, 5 items were suggested, and I'm going to mention just sovereignty, digital sovereignty, and public interest. As regards public interest, I think that if the mechanisms are working, and as Ernesto mentioned, with LACNIC, or if the mechanisms of the controlling committee, yes, we tend to think that those mechanisms enable the debates and the decisions to represent public interest, yes, and that's why it is crucial to have these mechanisms. And in terms of sovereignty, it was a very nice question, Eric. It was a thought-provoking question, and maybe you yourself have your answer. But I might say that we have resources or processes which are local, and those processes have to reflect the vision of multi-stakeholders, yes, at local level, of course, just to be very, very brief. And we have some issues that seem local, but the solution is global. And for that, we need more diplomacy, more coordination, of course, as the ambassador said, and more participation from all agents. Sometimes we have voluntarism in terms of public policy, that, well, okay, a law, an act is passed, and a problem is solved, yes, automatically, but that problem has global components. And as we said earlier, the concept of digital sovereignty is complex. We can't have a single interpretation of that. It is like, let's say, a framework in the debates, but we have clear tensions between the concept of sovereignty that is being discussed for centuries, and it is related to the borders, yes, and the regional. So to conciliate the transnational notion with the other notions and the other visions makes it impossible to have one single opinion as regards this matter. Okay, it is quite impossible to recap on all the ideas that we shared. We need to protect the multi-stakeholder model, of course. The processes have to be informed, open, and I think that we should highlight that in face of the existing challenges, policy creation, regulation, all processes should be accompanied by information, by technical expertise, yes, by all the sectors in order to operate under the basis of open, interoperable, and safe internet, which is the internet that we all have. Thanks to the virtual and in-person panelists, and thank you all for your attention this morning.
Thank you, all, all of the panelists. We are going to ask you to please remain on the stage for just a moment, and to the rest of the participants here in person, we are going to ask you please to join us on the stage for a photograph. You know, so that we can take a photo of the second day of the 18th edition of Lacigf. And as you take your positions, I remind you
y defensa de derechos a través de la capacitación en seguridad digital. Esta sesión cuenta con la moderación virtual de Eddie Emanuel Batzin de la Academia Jurídica de Estudios Superiores, AGES. Bienvenida.
I'm going to talk about indigenous sovereign data and exploitation of genetic data through digital databases. Okay, I'm more comfortable. So this presentation has been made based on an investigation that I carried out when I was doing my master's degrees. But before that, I had already been listening, discussing around these issues about indigenous or the sovereignty of indigenous data. When this investigation was finished, I also accessed other spaces and went to other places to talk about training, and I always focused on data in indigenous territories. Eddie is going to talk as well. I'm going to control my time so that Eddie can speak as well. This is rather novel. Many people do not know what is happening in data explosions in the territory. Genetic data of plants in the territory or through internet. Many people think that environmental usage of data only emerges in the territory when someone goes, takes a plant, studies it. No. You can also do it through the internet. Here you can see some of the examples. What you are seeing at the bottom is a DC, which is a genetic sequence spreadsheet. And this, we focus here on plants because of methodology, plainly. Here we can see how this exploration goes about. There are many databases and information about plants and the environment, and they are, free access. Anybody can access them. What does this mean? Today, anybody can exploit and explore biodiversity in any country if they have access to this exploration, genetic exploration, anywhere in the world. We have databases with information and data of different kinds of biodiversity that are protected by national acts and treaties, and that information is of free access. It's accessible by anybody. So there's, a screenshot here that it has a lot of information about biodiversity and poses this discussion: free access to biodiversity information. And here you see like a kitty asking itself a question: is it really that this data should be as free and accessible on platforms, considering that there are several treaties that protect the environment and the rights of the indigenous peoples, territorial rights? So we have made such an effort to regulate this information now. And now they are of free access because of all the discussion around the environment. Okay, it's because the discussion around environment and about data protections are not interconnected. So what we see is a gap, a nuance, a loophole, where we can see several of these violations to our rights. So I conducted a study where I went into the database and the repository in Brazil and others that are international to try to understand if I could really access this freely. And the answer was yes. The majority have data, territorial data, that are not classified and they don't say what indigenous people they belong to. But what does this mean? That our universities, our repositories have free access, and honestly, they shouldn't. They should provide information about how the information was collected, who it was collected by. So accessing these platforms is very easy. You can see all the genetic information, but you cannot see any information about previous consent to accessing these data. So we can see this information of concerning genetic sequences without any issues. And we see that the United States holds the largest platform, and at the same time is the only country that is not included in these treaties that protect data. There are no legislations surrounding the territories of indigenous peoples, and is not present at any of the discussions on how to protect those rights. So what happens then? Universities in Brazil and other Latin American universities make all the data accessible or available for this platform in the United States. So you can see it's really interesting that there are millions of data. There's millions of data, but we can't see it because it's like offline. And the place where we can see and learn about how the data is stored is not available. So they have all the information, holding it in secret. They are not responsible or being accountable for that, but anybody can see it or access it. So considering national sovereignty and indigenous data sovereignty, our question is, why is this information public? Why is this information available without consent, without taking into consideration laws and legislations that have been passed to protect them? So we need to think about why these communities that have rights to their territories are not communicated, are not asked for permission or consent to make their own data available for everybody. So we see that the data is spread freely across databases and are not legally protected because there is not a regulation that says specifically how to protect environmental rights within platforms. Now, another interpretation to add to that is that legislations, treaties, constitutions, as a whole, actually say that these data should be protected, especially if we analyze together the Biodiversity Treaty and other treaties. The result would be that we can say, yes, indigenous peoples have the rights to their territory, so their rights should be protected and they should not be accessed freely. Now, this is a very short summary of what we have been discussing, that the communication about the rainforest in Brazil in international databases that are registered by organizations, institutions, universities, should say or mention where this data is coming from, which is something that is not happening. Communication then violates these rights. As a conclusion, sovereignty is being violated, national sovereignty is being violated, and we cannot see who is doing it. In the case of the sovereignty of indigenous peoples, there are governments and international platforms are the ones committing these violations. This is FUNAI's page. For example, in the case of Brazil, the government violates these rights because you can see even personal data in the government's platform. This is available. So we can see that the government, who is entrusted to protect indigenous communities, is violating the rights of the communities. Now, in other countries in Latin America, these situations are also present. Like, my focus is on Brazil, but in other places this is happening as well. Now, in Latin America, legislations are very transparent, and there isn't, for example, data protection applied to people, to both people and the community as a whole. We see some contributions here and a QR code with the basis of what I am showing you in my investigation. I'm going to give the floor to my colleague who is going to go over some points as well. Eddie, are you over there? Hi, Eddie, we are listening to you. Yeah, okay, so I would like to touch on what's happening in Guatemala. So, which is data protection for the indigenous peoples. So mainly, we just passed a law. Now, this is a country where each territory, every story, every indigenous people, I mean, we have 22 indigenous people, are still looking, right, for protection. There's something interesting. There's legislation that we want for any indigenous people to have protection and not for everybody to access their information because they have their traditions, they maintain them. For example, they use their ancestral knowledge, the way they use seeds or the way they produce. Now, this is not registered. So this does not come out of thin air, right? This is inspired in the right to self-determination, which we have been repeating, ad eternum. But it is inscribed in the Universal Charter of the Children in Guatemala. Now, this means that rights of the peoples can be vulnerated anyway. Now, especially when we talk about internet and digital data, behind every sample or DNA sample, there is a different interpretation of what the peoples do. As I was saying, this is pluricultural and plurinational. Eddie, we cannot hear you very well. Is it okay now? I mean, we can hear you, but maybe your internet connection is not very good. Okay, I'm going to change my connection. Maybe you could keep it shorter because we can't hear you very well. I don't know, maybe the connection is not very well. Maybe you can turn off your camera. Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you so much for being here, listening. I'm really thankful. Now, we have been listening to a discussion about protecting, data. And outside of a European-centric point of view, how can we protect communities that are not at the center of data governance? I hope that I was able to contribute a little bit with my input. I think that we have to make an effort to make regulations, to make literacy available, especially in terms of the internet, and to analyze the violations that have been going on. Now, this is not only in Latin America, it's in Brazil as well. Because, it's very profitable at the same time, and it's unlawful. And it's happening on the territory and the communities. In the case of Brazil, this turns into physical violence and aggression, because when you seek to utilize this data, creates so many resources, and I'm being asked to sum up. So to sum up, I hope that you learned a little bit more about this issue, and I am at your disposal to talk a little bit more about it.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Denise, por la
Well, thank you,
disertación.
Denise, for your presentation.
Continuamos
Now we
entonces con la
continue
actividad
with
siguiente.
the
Vamos a
next
invitar
activity.
a
Now we are going to
Cecilia
invite
Galván, que va a ser la moderadora de la
Cecilia
siguiente,
Galvan. She is going to
del
be the
siguiente debate en la
moderator
agenda que se
of the
llama
next debate,
Estados,
which is
datos
called
abiertos y protección
State
de datos. ¿Cómo
Open
resolver el
Data
dilema?
and Data Protection.
Cecilia,
How is that we can
bienvenida.
solve the issue? Cecilia,
Perdón, me
welcome.
avisan que
Okay.
el moderador va a ser Gastón Wright. a
Okay,
quien
now I
presento,
get the piece of information that our
se encuentra
moderator
sentado.
will be Gaston Wright. Okay, and we also have some panelists online. We have Natalia Carfin from Open Data Charter, Pedro Saliba from Data Privacy Brazil, Sara Frati from the Latin American Initiative for Open Data, and from ILDA. And thanks, Gaston Wright, for this. For your time, yes, in order to moderate. Yes. Well, as regards online connection, we are okay, right? Yes. Please confirm. Well, thank you for your participation in this session today. I think that, well, maybe we wanted to share with you some perspectives, some different perspectives, and we're going to go into detail, of course, because we've been working in the last month with Open Data Charter and Civic Compacts. But well, just to give you some context, one of the reasons for our presence today and to share the findings with you is that we see that even though many countries in Latin America, have evolved in new laws or new acts as regards data protection, in Argentina we still don't have data protection acts that are updated to the actual context in which we live in, and the questions that we pose from Civic Compass and from our allies online is maybe the need to understand if the model, the European model, that we all know, and that maybe it is the standard from which we generate other types of regulation. Is it a model that we should copy? Is it that we, as we do in our laptop, yes? Is it that we should copy paste that legislation, or is it that we should remove some items or add some items? Because maybe some of those items are not strategic for our region, because we are not only focused on economic development, but maybe we would like to protect certain regions that are not technology companies, yes? And sometimes the regulations are hard to abide by, yes? You can't fulfill the requirements, all the requirements, and maybe we should adapt the legislation to other organizations where some other type of users are present, or maybe those organizations that handle different types of data. So just to start, I will give the floor to Natalia Carfi. So she will be, let's say, the online moderator for this hybrid panel. Natalia? Thank you, all of you, for your presence today in person and online. I would like to thank Renato from my team, who was in charge of the organization of this event. I really wanted to mention this, and just to add some words to your words, Gaston. I would like to say that we need to understand this balance between the protection of personal data and access to information. And of course, we need to compare the different regulatory frameworks, especially in Europe, yes. And we invite you to read the work of civic compacts in the framework of Civic House, but we also have the Latin American Initiative for Open Data and Privacy Brazil, yes. And I will try to continue with the presentation. We have prepared some content. Can you see my screen? Yes, okay. We have a good view. So this is for you, just to answer the questions. So this was the difficult part, yes, to show the information on the screen. So there you can see the answers and you can pose some questions. So by the end of this session, we will be able to see your input. So sorry, I'm switching between the screens. Okay, I would like to introduce Renato Berrino, who is the researcher from Open Data Charter. He supports ODC, the organization I lead. He is a researcher in policies and data, especially in terms of rights and human rights. He also provides guidance as regards the strategies of ODC. He has been working for 10 years in the matter of digital rights and governance. He is a specialist in human rights and political issues. Renato is also connected. Cecilia Galvan is a political scientist from Civic Compacts. She is the director of an important program that understands the impact of regulation of internet, accountability and citizenship participation. He is a professor at the University of Buenos Aires. She is a researcher and a specialist in terms of gender issues and equal participation. And okay, I will be moving between screens, yes, so that you have the floor, and this is all from me for the time being. Okay, Renato, I will start, yes, from the in-person panel. Thank you for your attention today, and thank you for joining us today. And maybe the idea is to move the center from the work that we completed jointly with Open Data Center, and we wanted to assess the process that is 20 years old. So maybe I might say that the 21st century shows that personal data protection is crucial, because we have to ensure this right, and we should make public information effective, yes, because information access is again crucial. We try to offer a global perspective, and of course, after 20 years of work, it is important to assess our work and the different roads that we've been, yes, that we've been experiencing, yes. We will be analyzing Europe and Latin America. We would like to have a more global vision from this phenomenon. I'm going to mention just a few items about Latin America, and maybe Renato will continue with the questions. But the initial question is the one from Natalia, which is the importance of complementary rights, yes, because they are related to human rights, but maybe these supplementary rights are in tension, yes? So, in this important forum, we focus on companies maybe, but maybe we should focus on the different states. How is that the institutions at state level work and functions, yes, and in different countries some acts have been adopted and implemented. So maybe we have the legislation, but maybe we have a problem in terms of access to that legislation, or it is not easy to ensure the access to rights. So the initial question in our research is around civil society. Then we move on to a more academic approach, because in our case study we wanted to focus on the academic aspect in order to publish the information in a journal in Oxford. And okay, the question is where we at after 20 years of work, and which is the summary we can offer. Well, as regards legislation and assessment of legislation, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Brazil were the countries studies in this case study, and we left aside Argentina because we analyzed other models, other countries, and in Latin America, we maybe identified some countries from the Andes region and more, let's say, federal nations, and of course with the internal clashes. And for those who are not familiar with this topic, the first wave is related to the emergence of the acts related to data protection. Chile is the pioneer. Due to the time of the study, in our study we evaluated the previous law, the previous act, and while we were working on our study, Chile managed to update the legislation. So we worked with the act from 1999, and then, yes, we had the other countries, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. And Brazil in 2011 had also some improvements in the acts, in updating the acts. And of course, we speak about access to rules, inclusive policies, enjoyment of rights, yes. The person from the previous panel, Denise, said that, okay, we have a great number of information, a great deal of information available online, and no one is protecting that information. So we have a strong regard as regards privacy. And we found that in the context of public interest and some demands from Latin America, we see that the best acts, or we try to have the best acts or enhanced acts, because we have certain platforms that have emerged, and there privacy is a good argument, a good excuse in order to, let's say, put some limit as regards the use of data by governments or by other entities or platforms. So, of course, this is a difficult clash. So, in our work, we assessed judicial matters, and we also focused on the administrative side, yes. We studied 23 case files in Latin America from these 4 countries I mentioned, and I think that there is a strong focus on the protection, or on, let's say, on the protection of information and access of information, and the data is related to the environment, to human rights, and the civil society stands before a public entity and they request information about environmental damage. We had a typical case file which is related to mining and exploitation of resources. And okay, there was a discussion about privacy, and then okay, companies would say, okay, this is my information and I can't share this information with you because this is private data. So this evidence that we have shows us that first and foremost we have a certain type of limit. So as regards data protection, in some context, we see like a limit in order to put a stop, yes, to the access of information. And of course, there is a period. You have maybe, yes, there is a limit of 15 days in order to receive a resolution. But sometimes the processes are delayed and we do not receive a concrete resolution as regards these matters between the clashes, yes, between private and public information. Okay, now we continue with the following panelists.
So thank you so much for the introduction to the investigation. I'm going to try to keep it brief. But as Ceci was saying, the origin of this work was to see through different indicators the laws both for data protection and data access, in this case in the EU, as a very, very, broad overview. Obviously, the personal data protection comes hand in hand with privacy rights, which evolved into what it is today. And this has been contemplated in the founding treaties of the EU from the get-go and in the national constitutions. So our study included Spain, Germany, Estonia, Hungary. So our idea was to have different locations geographically and different accesses to information. So what we found in Europe, which both Natalia and Gaston, Cecilia found it, is that that final regulation of data protection in the EU that came into force in 2018. So, and it's binding by nature. So all states that are connected to the European Union have to abide by it. And there's something interesting that we saw and we caught in the study and has already been mentioned by Cecilia, Gaston and Natalia also, was this Brussels effect, which is how, in what way the strategies that the EU adopt have effect in other cases. So sometimes we replicate the indicators or certain ways that the legislation has been drafted, but it is also influential because the majority of states have different actors in the private sector that are related commercially with these data. So the regulation are going to affect how the data is treated. So some of the issues that we analyzed when we analyzed data protection laws is the way that in an automated or semi-automated way these principles rule this treaty, and then the limitations and specifications about special categories of sensitive data, what the limits are. For example, these rules mention specifically data processing specifically oriented to profiling, whether that's by race, by religion, etc. And it's very interesting because this data is free. So there's this whole thing about transparency, all the ARCO rights, being able to rectify and so that people know how the data is being protected. So we had this whole transparency thing blow up. We need consent from the owner of the data. So if you don't get consent, you are infringing the law, and all these things that Ceci was mentioning about international data transfer as well. So there are two things to point out. One, the law establishes responsibility of imposing data protection measurements for companies, not so much users. So this is a whole 180 in the focus of responsibility and accountability. And then the second thing is that that same law, and this connects with balance of what we're talking today. So this same law establishes that personal data protection is not absolute. It has to be considered in relation to society and be in balance with our fundamental rights, especially with proportionality. So it mentions specifically freedom of speech. So that is key in terms of balance. Then, as far as access to information, this law is contemplated in most constitutions and in most EU charters. Specifically, when we're talking about open data, in this case, what the EU has is a guideline because and other countries have adopted it as well, but these guidelines are a little bit less hierarchical or it weighs a little less. So when there is a conflict, you can still use these guidelines. Now, then, I just want to bring up, and I'm not going to go into detail, but I want to bring up an investigation where we analyzed different international commitments that are members of the Government of Open Data, the Alliance, and others, and different rankings. For example, the Global Data Barometer, the Information Registry Index. When this gives us a panorama of the situation, but we need to understand that it's a panorama and it's not necessarily a reflection of the whole process of access to information or data protection. I mean, we might analyze this later in other occasion. There are so many comparative tables and charts that you can see in the document. Let me touch on some specific judicial cases, legal cases, especially in the European framework, so that you can see how this balance is put into practice. We analyzed more than 20 cases in Europe, and we tried to see what the judicial branch can do where in these cases of access versus protection. So firstly, these are all at a European court level, right? So some cases, though, when they actually find resolution, this is going to be in litigations between within the countries. Then, as we have mentioned, or Cecilia mentioned, there are administrative trifles. For example, there is a transparency council or some body that guarantees rights within the executive branch. Now, as far as the actors that intervene in these cases, usually the defendants are from the civil society. Now, there are several cases that come from the civil society, more from the, from journalists, and obviously the defendants are state agencies. Now, as far as timing of the resolution of conflicts, which Cecilia mentioned, the majority of these cases, especially when they come to community or international instances, they usually take approximately 5 years to get resolved, which is so long for litigation of this kind, because we see that the trend has been that the verdict is in favor of access to information. Many of these cases are not even virtual anymore, because historically they have no relevance anymore after 5 years. So it is important to have an update on this information so that we can act accordingly. So we also see that as far as controversy, before and after, we don't see a lot of variation, before after the regulation. Numbers are fairly the same. And in the majority of the cases, as I say, the access to information has been prioritized. Not always. Sometimes some limitations were applied, some time limitations were applied, certain data were protected to protect, the right to privacy. As far as the topics or the issues, when we talk about certain specific cases, majority were about public integrity. Speaking about tenders, you see health and the environment. Now, what happens then when we balance these rights with the themes that we are dealing with, especially because they are of interest, public interest, or affect some collective right, so that this discussion is not abstract and we can really apply it in practical terms. Then I just want to tell you about two case files in Europe. Now you can see the detail in the report, but there are two pretty important or interesting. One was in the EU Commission and versus Greenpeace, where they required information about data about greenhouse effects emissions, and firstly, Germany had denied access to that. But the verdict says that the protection of commercial interests of a person or a company cannot undermine the rights, the environmental rights that are of public interest and are collective. And then there's another case, and this connects with what Cecilia was saying about pondering other rights. For example, human rights policies in Latin America. There is one interesting case where an NGO asked for information about public purchases, and this information was being denied. And finally, the Supreme Court in Germany granted the access and did it pondering not only access to information and privacy protection, but saying that this NGO was meddling with public funds and the possibility of the freedom of expression and exercising the right to report. So in this case, just to sum up so that we can make room for the other speakers, there are other cases that didn't make it to the court. And, this was after COVID, where didn't come to light to which went backward, and these were about ownerships, rights, and stuff. Now I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues. So I just want to say that all these documents and this research is online, so you can go through it. So to carry on, we're going to go with Data Privacy Brazil's presentation, which is in harmony with fundamental rights. We have Pablo Saliba with us, who is a lawyer and a sociologist. He's a PhD candidate in state constitutional right. He has a master's in sociology and anthropology, and his investigations focus on the intersection of personal data protection and the public powers, especially in the realm of security and surveillance. He's also a researcher in Legalité and a coordinator in Data Privacy Brazil since 2023. Pedro, the floor is yours. Go ahead, please. Thank you so much. I am going to show my presentation. If there is any problem, please let me know. Thank you so much for the invite. I am Pedro Saliba from Data Privacy Brazil, and there's an experience with specific cases that we want to share. This has happened in the last few years regarding data protection. Data Privacy Brazil is an organization from the civil society that promotes personal data rights and other technologies, and treats inequalities, social inequalities and power inequalities. We work with projects on different fronts, and one of them is the transparency and data protection. I'm going to be very brief about giving you context of the legal frameworks surrounding these issues. First is the law of access to information, which was established in 2011. So it's about the to access information, and it's from 1988, and the law revealed that the procedures so that this could be done in the public realms, the executive, legislative, and judicial, and autonomous bodies. Now, what is it like to have a law since 2011? So there is a lot of lessons learned, and a lot of understandings that have been established. Therefore, both for public administration or external control organizations. We have a body that is responsible for the interpretation of the law, which controls, or it's the general controller of the union. It's the CGI. So from 2018, we have the General Law of Data Protection, which is the LGP in Brazil. It's been in force since 2020. So, it's been going on for 5 years. And it was inspired in the Data Protection General Law of the European Union. In Latin America, it was, other countries that had their own personal data acts and laws. And specifically, with regards of procedures and applications, we have a lot of contact. But creating this law was inspired in that back in the European Union. Now, the body that is responsible to interpret and apply this law is the National Agency of Data Protection, that as of last month was the National Authority of Data Protection. But we have an amendment, an update, which shifted this characteristic or this authority character to an agency. So both laws have a ripple effect and have many different items that come from them. So there are definitions of personal data to protect intimacy, for example. But from 2020, many requirements to access information were denied using LGPD as justification. Now we have cases were very interesting for us because we couldn't see any type of impediment, really. Say, interpretations, in our view, were very aligned with the law. Now, the texts that I'm going to share are in Portuguese. I think between Spanish and English, we can understand one another. This was an op-ed that was written in 2021 from our directors, Leo Arcoverde, from Princesa Vendo, which is a civil organization society to access information. And it mentions that there was no incompatibility between these requirements, but the LGPD was used as a shield, say, an argumentative shield to impede or to stop accessing the information. Now, then we conducted this empirical study about how the LGPD made an impact in the requests to access information to the federal government during 2020 and 2021. And it had two main points. First, that the LGPD did not commit any prejudice to a lie in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, in some relevant cases, they were harmed by the LGPD. So the LGPD had no influence in terms of quantity, but in quantity. But the cases that they did influence were relevance from the point of view of public interest. Since 2020, we have an act by the CGU, which is in charge of interpreting the acts, which mentions that LGPD and LAI do not come into conflict with one another, but they are compatible and they create harmony with one another. Now, from 2020, 2021, we have seen a lot of misinterpretations and also reluctancy from public overseers to use LGBT because they were afraid to be transparent. And this was very common because it had already been going on for 10 years that people had access to information. So cases that were cemented against LGBT servers were afraid then to make data transparent. So for these last 2 years have been, or actually in 2021, were years where there was a lot of lack of access to that. Now we have the National Council of Data Protection, and LAI is part of this process because it's through Brown Ubioni. He is one of our directors. He was part of a work group to talk about LGBT. It was a collaboration that was multi-sectoral to harmonize both acts. And what we do is propose guidelines for future national policies in data protection. You can find everything if you access this QR code. But I am just going to touch on the main takeaways. On a positive note, there is a solid regulatory framework. Then, because there is a national authority. And the CGU, which interprets this LAI. And there is an expectation. I mean, we have hordes of new declarations, but on the other hand, some disadvantages are the lack of or scarcity of information or training from public clerks in the matter, and the lack of tools and methodologies that help the practical analysis of these cases. So the hurdle does not lie within the LGPD, but it's tailoring to a culture that is centered on citizens and bodies in terms of data. So we think that this training and these practical tools can help to correct misinterpretations that might come up.
I'm going to show you some case uses from Brazil, and I think they are similar to the other cases in Latin America. We have the case of INEP. It is a research and study institute related to education. They published the national survey, and they also have information about the national exam for secondary education level in Brazil, and also about primary education. And in 2022, they removed the information because there was a potential risk for identifying persons, and not only not adults, yes, but children and adolescents. So we had different actors being mobilized because the lack of this data was harmful for the public sector and for the public and the private sector, yes, because some cities couldn't apply for national funding because data was not available, yes? For instance, primary education information was not available, and then, yes, you couldn't complete the whole processes for funding. And then the stakeholders here, or those who removed information, didn't understand the extent of the harms that they created. Therefore, yes, we had some reports indicating the impact of this. You can check the information in our website. During the government of Bolsonaro, the federal executive branch used LGPD in order to hide information from the public, and this information was related to the visits that the National Palace organized or held. And because, as you know, when you visit the National Palace, you have to register. And then when the presidential mandate, when you have a presidential mandate, all the visits and all the information is public. Yes. CGU has a software in order to process data, so this is important in order to limit the access to public information. We have a work list, and during the government of Bolsonaro, they used LGBT in order to justify, let's say, that well, they said that data was not transparent, but nowadays we have transparent and open data, yes? And we also have open data in relation to some funds being seized in terms of environmental cases. And so this was like the starting point in order to make data available, yes, because the institutions need this information in order to put a stop funding options if, for instance, a project is going to be developed in a territory that is being seized for legal reasons. Then, yes, for the next steps, we have the following expectations. And I may say that in the past, we had certain barriers, yes, from LGPD. Now we see the opposite. Now we see that the LGPD is used for openness. So it is a road, yes, that we are experiencing. It is a journey for us. And of course, I am open to continue the discussion. Thank you, Pedro, for your participation and for your detailed description of your experience in Brazil and how is that you find the balance in terms of the existing regulatory frameworks. So I'm going to move to Sara Frati. She is from Guatemala. She is a lawyer. She works in human rights, IP governance, and AI policies. Her work is centered on data protection, gender violence, and the perspective of human rights. And now she is the manager of the Latin American initiative, and she promotes the collaboration in terms of governance and artificial intelligence. Sara is also a researcher and a professor from the University of San Carlos in her country. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you I would also like to thank you for the invitation to the organizers. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And well, when I was reading about this dilemma, these challenges, okay, I'm not going to delve on what you have already shared. Yes, Cecilia, Renato, and now Pablo, they shared their views as regards the state agents, and they want to block the access to information. That is their only reason, let's say. And I think that this is a typical way of acting. And I know that in Latin America we have certain legislation that is not being applied correctly because they want to silence the journalists, especially in terms of gender violence or crimes. So we should understand that there are challenges, but that's why it is important to focus on these issues. But today I'm going to share with you some ideas as regards open data, and I'm going to describe the region. From ILDA, we are a Latin American organization, and for us, data go beyond a purely quantitative vision, but we see that the data have an ethical, political, and humane character. So data is understood as a tool that enables participation from the citizens, and in doing so, they could claim, yes, or demand different means of participation. And we should also mention that data are the basic input in the digital world. As regards datification of society, evidently, digital transformation has created a great quantity of information. So we have civic technology, electronic government, and social networks and social media platforms. And of course, we have artificial intelligence. And all these generate a great deal of data. Therefore, we need to handle that information. Then, yes, and I think that we need governance frameworks that are democratic and that are centered in human rights. Then the conversations that we have around the data are not isolated. We need convergence, because at the end of the day, we need to find a common ground. We need to find ways of working together in order to generate new advocacy processes. I think that for us, transparency and access to information is a key element in order to have better democracies in the region. Here in this region, we have been seeing many developments in terms of regulations for information protection, but we also have improvements as regards openness and open data. In the last years, we've seen the emergence in the exercise of rights, but also the civic space has been reduced in other aspects. So we need processes, we need data in order to ensure that, to make sure that people have access to accountability processes in terms of governments, yes, and decision-making at governmental level. Then data is seen as an enabler for all persons, yes, related to public policies or issues affecting the daily lives of citizens. And moreover, yes, this makes collaboration easier. And of course, we promote innovation and governmental efficacy. Of course, accountability, transparency is crucial and enables and ensures that we have different solutions and different public policies developed using evidence as a base. And I think that it is important to zoom in as regards the state of data. We have the global data barometer. It shows the situation from Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. This barometer assesses infrastructure, processes, strategies related to data, and we can also have a wider vision in terms of governance and availability. In May this year, this barometer was launched, and this offered more detail as regards the advancement of these projects. We analyzed, or yes, 22 countries were analyzed. I mean, of course, on the website, you can check the details and you can compare both regions. I might say that Latin American is a region in transition. Even though we have a more consolidated ecosystem as regards open data, we still have a very complex context in terms of deep inequalities. And of course, you know very well these inequalities. And of course, we have digital gaps and institutional fragility. So this has an impact on the data ecosystem. In terms of public tenders, we've seen important improvement, but of course, political integrity needs improvement. And this is related to the institutional crisis in the region. And also, we need to strengthen skills and capacities. Even though many countries in the region have acts for data protection, we still have some countries such Bolivia, Paraguay, and Guatemala that do not have these acts. And in other countries, the legislation is present, but the law is not updated. For instance, in Argentina, there is no institutional body in order to develop protection mechanism for those rights. And if we think about AI governance, we need more solid frameworks, and this should be in line with all what we discussed previously. So data governance should be integral. We've also seen an improvement in data management, of course, quality control, feedback, and norms affecting metadata. And as last point, I might say that LAG is a leader in data management, with Brazil and Chile indicating a solid digital governance. But the gap between some of the countries, for instance, Brazil, yes, the gaps needs to be solved in order to move forward. And as regards the challenges in the region, of course, funding and cost. Leadership is also a challenge. And now I would like to move forward and show you the global index of responsible AI. They analyze three different dimensions, which are human rights and AI, responsible or accountable governance, and capacities of accountable AI. And all this is related to the information provided by this index. We are currently surveying information so that we could have a complete landscape of the situation in the region. And on the other hand, I would like to mention data sharing, or the exchange, the effective exchange of data. And for this, we need better regulation in order to protect certain principles and human rights, for instance, privacy. And this happens with or without regulations, so we need more robust frameworks in order to have better mechanisms that are ethical. And so this is strongly linked to the training of machine learning engines. And so we've been coordinating some case studies. You can see the details, or you can check the details online. We have some examples from Colombia, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay. And I think it is important to note that the Inter-American guidelines are transparent in order to give a clear picture of the region. These Inter-American guidelines for data governance and AI from the American States Organization will be like a flagship and will be guiding those countries that are not solid in legislation. So maybe they will have like a local option. Maybe, yes. In the future, we will have a more robust structure so that civil society will be implementing these tools, but also governments will be implementing these tools. So we can say that in order to ensure the development of new technologies and systems that would be inclusive and adequate, we need to work with data and data analysis.
Thank you, Gaston. I'm going to give the floor to you in person. Okay, I was just chatting with the virtual moderator, the online moderator. So I'm going to take over from now. So we have 10 minutes for a Q&A session. So I'm going to ask management, event managers, that if there are any questions online, please let me know. Okay, they are telling me that there are no questions so far. I'm going to ask Renato to let me know if any comes up. So let's begin with questions from the room. So please raise your hand if you have any questions. Someone will bring a mic over to you. I mean, several panelists are online, so if your question is specifically addressed to anybody, please just say who that question is addressed to so that we can better manage your time. Or if it's not specifically addressed to anybody, anybody can answer, you guys. Okay, good morning. Thank you so much to everybody that shared this panel. My question is for the last collaborator, and it's about how policies in regulatory frameworks regarding data governance and people's privacy are tackling this in the framework of decentralization in the web world. I was listening to the talks yesterday, and they mentioned transparency in all aspects. But what I did not notice is that these kinds of policies or processes are being as transparent so that people can see through them. Because, so, which is what decentralization was and the Web3 world wants. So how do you tackle this, and are you thinking of tackling this in the future? Thank you so much. Sara, I think that was for you. I mean, we have Gaston here as well if you need to ask any questions. Okay, if you will, I'll be brief. Many times the way that these governance processes are uploaded are by using the multi-stakeholder approach or model, meaning we guarantee active participation of other sectors, not only governments, but within the government, not only by the person or the body that is leading the digital part, but people involved in human rights departments, of course, civil society and academia and the private sector are involved as well. And many times via participation mechanisms that are open through digital platforms, etc., or maybe platforms where we receive, queries. But in terms of Web3, I think that there are still challenges in the region in terms of regulating these issues. One, and then two, that I always say we need regulatory frameworks that are robust enough in terms of human rights that, on the other hand, can guarantee technological innovation and that are flexible enough so that we can talk about today about, say, AI, so that tomorrow we can talk about next thing, the best next thing, but that we don't need to create more regulation for any technology that might come out tomorrow. Because if not, we're going to continue to add regulatory frameworks that are not robust enough. So they need to be robust, at the institutional level, because despite the fact that I am a lawyer, it is better to have less laws, less laws because we need less challenges at the same time. So if we can harmonize and make one law more effective. So we don't need to regulate absolutely everything. Just one regulation can affect many different aspects. Thank you, Sara. Before Renato shows the results of the survey that we carried out, we have a couple of minutes for another question. No questions? Okay. So I'm going to go back to Natalia. Natalia, did you have any questions before showing the results? Yes, there was a general question for all speakers that is regarding the lessons learned as they went through these projects, so as to balance both rights or the third-party rights like freedom of speech or the work being done on AI. So if you want to just tweet about it, be very, very, very brief, it would be great. If you want, we can just go, clockwise. Okay. So say, for civil society to work alongside the judicial branches when laws are not as clear or technology is advancing at a faster level than legislation. So the judicial powers are the last resource, and they need to have tools to respond. So all the branches need to be involved, not only the legislative and the executive branch, but the judicial as well. Renato. Okay, I'm just going to say something quickly, something that we have been touching on, and I think is important to pick back up, is to understand how the scaffolding, the administrative scaffolding of authorities that protect these rights are the same, and sometimes they aren't. So, especially when we talk about protection of data and access to information, sometimes they are the same. So we need to have a dialogue, and they need to dialogue between one another or to talk so that they don't overlap. As Sara says, this scaffolding need to tailor to the needs of the citizens. Sara, back to you. It's hard because if we I mean, if I'm going to try to narrow this down to 100 characters, let's see. Okay, strengthening capabilities not only at an institutional or public institutional level, who are, overseeing all the issues related to access to information, data, or data protection, but other actors like the judicial branch, which at the end of the day is going to make the decisions. And on the other hand, a regulatory framework that is robust enough and that it is created through the perspective of a multi-stakeholder model, guaranteeing the participation of the civil society, but not only that, having representatives of the traditionally excluded groups like women, LGBTIQ plus people, Afro-descendants, and indigenous peoples of the region. Pedro? Well, I keep thinking about collaboration between organizations from the public and the private sector, and about understanding about what really is happening in the region, in Latin America. And when I talk about public powers, well, okay, the public power needs to bring practical solutions, real solutions, because our needs are set against the backdrop, right? They are within a specific context. So solutions to be effective need to be tailored to that specific context. So I'm going to pass the floor to Renato. Okay, so give me just a second that I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see everything well. Oh, now. Okay. So now, to answer the question, what is the first thing you think about when we talk about the relationship between transparency and privacy? You can see that the words that come up first are security, conflict, darkness. So there weren't so many words to reflect this, apparently, but this is everything that we have been talking about today. So this conflict and these concerns about security are very relevant. And through the presentations, we have been thinking about how we can preserve human rights without one being in detriment of the other. And then there were some words that were repeated that are very interesting and not so much, like the importance of the social participation, the role of open data. Attention comes up, which is kind of the axis of this intervention, legitimacy, unknowingness. And it's interesting to look at these ideas that in one word sort of sum up and also guide the discussion that we have been having today. Okay, Renato, thank you so much. I think we are going to give this panel a 10 out of 10 because you finished 23 seconds before the timing that we had agreed upon. So I thought that you did a wonderful job. So the people who are in this digital environment are great. So we hope that this has helped you guys to think a little further. This theme keeps popping up in all Lacigf editions, and it would seem that year after year we move forward a little bit in different countries because there are new ways of understanding how to approach and tackle data, and we have new challenges, but both new success or different case studies. So I think that we're going to go to a break, right? Okay, thank you so much. Bye. Bye. Okay, thank you, Gaston. I'm here. Okay, so we hope you enjoy your lunch. We're going to have a break, and we're going to meet here back at 2:45. Please, if you are in possession of a simultaneous interpretation device, please leave it here, and you can pick it back up when you come back. Also, there's a QR code that you can scan, and there are some restaurants, a guide of restaurants that are nearby. It's Kick off Environment, Technology, and Resistancy, the digital challenges of environmental advocacy in Latin America. As moderator, we have Jamila Venturini from Derechos Digitales, whom we invite over to the stage. Welcome, Jamila. She's an activist and a researcher with more than 15 years of experience in organizations of the civil society. She is a journalist and she has an MSc with a specialization in education by Flaxo. As a virtual moderator, we're going to have Laura Mantilla León from Derechos Digitales. We are going to invite Joara Marchesini from Instituto NUPEF, Nina Fernandez dos Santos from the Secretariat of Digital Policies of the Social Communications Secretariat of Brazil, Joao Aguiar from Internet Society, Oscar Daza Gutierrez from the National Organization of Indigenous Peoples of Amazonia in Colombia, María Paula González Espinel from Ambiente y Sociedad, and Javier Palumbo from the Special Rapporteurship of the Economic, Social and Cultural and Environmental Rights and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Jamila, take it away. Thank you. It is my pleasure to moderate this session that is entitled Environment, Technology and Resistancy, the Digital Advocacy of Environmental Rights in Latin America. I am Jamila Venturini. I am an investigator in a human rights organization at a regional level that seeks to understand the intersection between human rights and technology. In today's session, which is coordinated with the Institute NUPEF, we aim to make visible the role of environmental activists to face up to the socio-environmental crisis and the energy crisis. We are going to tackle the barriers that they face in their task and also to rethink the role of technologies in boosting this and the challenges so as to materialize them. We have a very special group of people. The majority is joining us online. I am going to introduce them as we begin the debate. I cannot see everybody, so I am going to start by Nina. I don't know if she is already available or if Javier is here as well. If not, I'm going to move on to the next person, who is Oscar. I see that maybe Nina and Javier are still coming on their way. So, Oscar, I'm going to start with you so as to, get your perspective before giving you the floor. I would like to introduce you. Oscar is the General Secretariat of OPIAC, the National Organization of Indigenous Peoples of the Colombian Amazonia. Oscar is a lawyer by the Amazonian University. He's indigenous from the Corebaju tribe within the jurisdiction of Solano, Caquetá in Colombia. He has worked in organizational process, in indigenous process, linked to the ASINC, the organization that is indigenous, since its founding. Thank you for joining us. I would like to hear from you, for you to tell us, as an activist, as a defending human rights and indigenous rights in the territories, what are the challenges that environmental defenders face up to every day, and how do technologies help in this, so that we can understand where we stand in this conversation? And then we would like to hear about the challenges in participation in spaces that depend solely on online model of participation. So how does it harm or how does it influence decision-making around internet governance? And here, for example, the Escazú, the Spaces COP30, what can we do to reduce the accessibility issues in that context? I'm going to give you the floor, Oscar. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me well. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Well, thank you. I want to greet everybody online and in person. I think that we have made a lot of progress in relevant issues, including like technical aspects. Like, I mean, we are advocates from the territories, in this case from the Colombian Amazonia, but this is wider, and it spreads to all of Amazonia. So throughout this whole process, we are led to identify, and as we have mentioned in reports, in Colombia, we have declared that it is very dangerous to exercise our role as defenders. Or, we are facing people who carry weapons, and there are a lot of interests at play. There are a lot of mining company and extractive companies. So our situation is made a little bit more hard because of this. So there are a lot of actions as advocates. We are sort of seen as enemies of development, and we face stigmatization as well because we are associated with different unlawful or illegal groups. Therefore, they expose the harm that we made as advocates. So there are other situations that make our role or our task worse, like there is no institutional protection. In the case of Colombia, at least, we see a weak implementation of the Escazú orders. Therefore, we face being more exposed, and therefore, our access to environmental information is reduced, is diminished. At the same time, we can't access justice in the same way, and we cannot participate as strongly in the different scenarios. So, and apart from that, if we're referring to the Colombian Amazonian, these are very remote areas. So the government presence is very removed, say. So we cannot really put our tools in force. Therefore, these protection programs can't really reach where we are. And as I mentioned, logistics is an issue because it implies that sometimes we are facing huge limitations. So we have identified those divides or those gaps because we can't access promotion, education. So we do not have access to technical tools on the territory, actually. So at least, where the law plays a crucial role, then we cannot access that. We cannot really implement territorial rights and environmental rights. So we do it like it's just straight through us. So we play a crucial role in adopting technologies because we are in the digital era. And we see that a lot of tools have been developed that for sure make our role as advocates easier. So we have key tools like community surveillance or monitoring, for example, or using drones, GPS usage, or the creation or the implementations of new apps. They allow us to practice monitoring on deforestation, illegal mining, and for sure that is going to lead us to have those access. We need those access so as to make these problems visible in the territory. This is what we have always sought to do. So we want to make these problems visible. We have some campaigns in place, but it's not enough, and there are different actors, both at a national and regional level, Latin American region, also international. But we are seeking to make these environmental conflicts visible. We are seeking to harness internet and the new technologies so that advocates can also access these processes, even, accessing online education or coordination between organizations that are located in different geographical areas. If we do that, that would strengthen our commitment. So, for example, we have formed a network of environmental and territorial advocates. But despite all of this, the reality that we face leads us to a perspective on how we are connected in the Amazonian basin. So, for example, what is happening in Colombia, it happens in Peru, in Brazil, in Venezuela. So, what we can do together is to think of the region where connectivity is very low. There is a lack of a stable signal. So there is some sort of digital isolation of the communities, of course, in comparison to urban centers. Therefore, there is a responsibility that we have as advocates, and we see that it is not enough to have access to these digital mediums, but how do we do it? How do we access them and use them in a safe way? Because we are actors that are greatly exposed to different threats. We are also vulnerable to face violence and persecution on those mediums, to those who are exercising their right and, well, the defense of the territories. We are vulnerable to online crimes, and so we are exposed to that as well. But we understand the necessity to have this access anyway, so it's a double-edged sword. So even though there's a digital inequality, as I was saying, we have to access these outlets, but we have to do them in a safe way. So now the Colombian Amazonian, we see that the infrastructure is quite weak, so the little thing that we can get is via satellite, and we depend on other really expensive communications mediums, so we have to reduce our access as well because we cannot spend so much. So all of this is going to contribute to a community monitoring. Right now, we see that at an international level, different platforms are being shifted and moved, like the Escazú court, but most of us here know, because we are advocates, that as with the Escazú court, we have seen that everything that we have done has been promoted or communicated in a virtual way. Everything is online. Our meetings are online. Enrollment is online. So all of this makes it so that as advocates and indigenous peoples make all of these groups feel limited or excluded from exercising their right to participate in this process, like the Escazú Agreement. For example, we are in times of the COP30, so we lack information. We have been excluded by the digital divide, and therefore, this is where we come into play. And we need to know how important our role is as advocates. And therefore, we are tasked with sort of centralizing knowledge. So where does knowledge, where is it? Say, who is handling? Because it's not reaching the territories. And it's something that we need to work on. And we see room for improvement. It's an opportunity that the digital platforms are giving us the opportunity to improve this. And we see even that the legitimacy is an issue, like who are participating, who should be participating from, for example, COP30. And in the framework of, or amidst the backdrop of climate crisis and climate change, those who have sustained the territory are the ones who we ask, how can we make this happen within the digital realm? So this is for us an overview. It's important to mention as well that even though those challenges are in place and exist, as indigenous peoples, we have been trying to sort of maintain our role. This is resistance on our part. So how do we face these dynamics change, or this change in dynamics that is sort of giving us strength to sort of, push forward with our claims? So we are resisting. We have like our own methods of resistance, but we need to combine them with training on the new ways of seeing how technologies arrive. So we need to train in the law, like the Indigenous Guard has done they've done it their own way. And new dynamics emerge all the time. So we are also exposed, because we are resisting, to a lot of implicancies, because we don't have things that impact our autonomy. So this is as far as my role and what I have to say from my perspective as an advocate. Thank you, Oscar, for this kickoff intervention. I think that it really paints a good picture of the challenges that advocates of the environment are facing. You talked about the digital divide, defamation, misinformation, surveillance, but you were also telling us about how technologies have boosted defense of territory from a different perspective. It was really interesting. And these actions, this counter-surveillance that you have been working on, we are going to elaborate on these topics. And I would like to give the floor now to Joao Aguiar, who is a communications leader and connectivity leader of Internet Society, and he is here with me on the floor. Joao has a master's in foreign affairs, where he investigated how community networks on the internet work with international organizations of the civil society. Internet Society, he led Conectando a los no conectados, connecting those who aren't connected, for 2 years. Joao, thank you for being here. It's my pleasure to have you involved in this conversation. I wanted to ask 2 questions. The first question is that we know that in many territories where advocates work, significant access is still a barrier. We just heard Oscar's testimony in that vein. There's investigation in digital rights that shows that many communities are structurally excluded. The cost to connect is high. There is no interest from providers to invest in these areas. And amid this backdrop, how important is it to acknowledge the protection and promotion of community networks, in your opinion? I would also like you to tell me about examples and experiences in Latin America where these networks have been of use as a tool to resist and to protect those advocates. Thank you so much in advance for your participation. Thank you for the invite.
Thank you for your presentation. And well, I would like to say that I work with Internet Society. It is a global institution that promotes internet access to all people. And as regards community access, we are now supporting community initiatives and also women communities and refugees or displaced groups due to environmental catastrophes or other problems. I think that we should promote meaningful access for the communities that are advocates for the environment, and of course without with consideration of climate change. Yes, for instance, if we have a group living isolated in the Amazonia, and if there's no infrastructure, the community networks managed by the community will apply in order to solve the connectivity issues. And those trying to protect the environment could continue with their work. In Marignan, there was a community network. It was a network of women working with a type of fruit that grows in the Amazonia. It is called coco babazu, and they extracts oils and products from this fruit. And first, the community wanted to sell the products from this fruit, but they also wanted connectivity in order to protect themselves from certain invasions, some sort of invasion of the territory, because before having connectivity, they had to move to the nearest city in order to report the situation that, okay, there were some trespassers in their territories. And with connectivity, they can report to the authorities, they can ask for help, they can communicate with other communities. So connectivity is an essential tool to protect the territory. And this happens in other towns in the region. So community networks in Vera, in Panama, for instance, 6 months ago, they were living in a region or in a part of Panama that it is now a national park. So before, the communities worked in agriculture, but when the territory became a national park, they had to devote to another type of economic activity. And from around 2002, I think, they started with cultural and touristic visits within the natural park, of course, but they had to arrange certain things with the touristic agencies. And from 6 months ago, I know that they started more direct communications with these agents. So connectivity enabled them to have a more direct communication with different agents. Yes, and we see here that infrastructure should be owned by the community. Yes, so we have full access to that infrastructure. And another common issue in Amazonia is that the isolated communities can connect using low-orbit satellites. And nowadays, those satellites belong to a global monopoly, and we know that this organization or this company is able to interrupt the service at any time, yes, or could interrupt the service at any time. Then we should own the technology ourselves so that we can protect the environment and, of course, without being subjected to the will of a big company. Okay, Joao, thank you for bringing the economic aspect, because the economic resilience of the communities is key in protecting the territory. Otherwise, if they are being displaced, yes, or if they are facing some issues, of course, they can't protect the environment. I would like to continue this conversation in analyzing the landscape of uses of technology. And now I would like to have the intervention of Maria Paula González. She is the coordinator of a program of Alternative for Environment and Society. She is a lawyer of the University of Rosario. She has a master's degree from Vermont School. She has been working in the analysis and the research of human rights and companies, the follow-up of multilateral banking, and the implementation of Escazú Agreement with a focus on Section 9. I would also like to introduce my other colleagues. Here we are with Selani. She is an analyst from OPEP, and Laura Mantilla Leon. She works with digital rights. She is a virtual moderator. And of course, if you are connected remotely, you can send your comments and questions, and we will be reading those at the end of this session. Well, from Oscar, we heard about the challenges, and he mentioned the fact of significant participation in certain decisions to participate in certain projects that are related to infrastructure or that are affecting the rights of the communities. And we see that maybe we see that there is a lack of transparency from the states, because the states try to control the communities, but the state is not transparent. And this is not only a matter of access to information. Which are the consequences of this lack of information access for those environmental activists? And what is the role of accountability? And let's say if we imagine a data or information shutdown in certain countries, we see that some information is disappearing, some public information is disappearing. Which strategies or initiatives are ideal in order to strengthen environmental data, and which are the roles of the media in order to ensure citizen control? Thank you for your invitation. It is an honor for me to be here with you in this panel. I think that these are quite broad questions. I think that the lack of access to information, to environmental information in Latin America, is weakening the capacities of communities and the capacities of environmental advocates. And of course, this is generating a significant effect. And as regards accountability, of course, we do not have the whole picture of information, and this increases the risk of some threats appearing. So this is a limit to environmental democracy. And I think that we need to strengthen the active transparency mechanism. Ratification of Escazú Agreement is a necessary tool in order to recognize this access right, access to information, access to participation, environmental involvement, so that the communities could have access to information and use it wisely. And then the role of civil society and the media in general, they are elements that help citizen control, yes, the control done by the citizenship. I would like to focus in two items. Lack of information is harmful for the activists, the environmental activists, and it generates scenarios in which we have more violence. We know that in Colombia, unfortunately, we are in top one level of violence against environmental activists. And of course, some murders happened recently. And in the these few spaces that we have for participation, both private and public, they do not offer a good accountability level. And as regards licensing and permits, of course, it is very difficult for communities to access to those permits and authorizations, and they can't ask or demand for better mechanisms. And this is also a limitation on litigation. Yes, in litigation cases or in public consultations, because information is not available. So everything is linked to the access to information rights, and those rights have to be real. We from Ambiente en Sociedad, Environment and Society, we suggested certain mechanisms for open data, and the role of the civil society is truly valuable because from the civil society, we work with actual data. Here in Colombia, we had Gaia, an organization trying to publish information about deforestation, and that's why I highlight the role of civil society and the media in general, and alternate media, yes, as well. That role could help to reach transparency, but of course, this has to be legitimated by the government and by the private sector as well. And for instance, when we speak about satellite technology in order to monitor air quality, water quality, deforestation, of course, that will help us to have more transparency. And finally, as regards Escazú agreement, I think that it has a crucial role. This agreement is the first regional agreement where environmental factors are considered and the rights are outlined, and of course we need binding agreements in order to reach environmental justice, and the agreement recognizes the role of those who advocate for the environment. And then this agreement is essential for our region, and this enables us to have some sort of cooperation between the different countries. We will be strengthening the capacities, and maybe in the future we will have those access rights guaranteed. And since we are very close to COP30, we highlight the need that the agendas should be aligned. We can't think about climate change without considering Escazú agreement. So we need to link these agendas and that they can complement one another. So we can't analyze the scenarios in isolation. They are just a sample of one same situation. So the activities from the environmental activists would receive more recognition from their actions.
Thank you. I think that point you're making about bringing both agendas together and access to information, active transparency, and the existence of reliable data about environmental protection or specific data about the environment, as you were saying, is also essential to counteract misinformation or disinformation about climate crisis, as Oscar was saying, which has, affecting also advocacy. I mean, we had invited Nina to talk on that, who is the adjunct secretariat of social communication of the presidency of Brazil. Unfortunately, she couldn't join our panel, but Renata is going to take her place. I don't know if you have arrived. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to shift our focus, actually not shift it, but continue our focus on what they were saying about disinformation, how climate disinformation affects advocacy on the territory, because it places the object of defense on the spotlight, but at the same time, there are hate campaigns and defamation campaigns online that affect and put advocates at risk because they know that these threats are not only limited to the digital realm, but it's also affecting the day-to-day role and their work in the community. So I wanted to ask you, Renata, how does climate disinformation circulate in the territory, in the region, and how does it seek to discredit or silence advocates? And why protecting the integrity of information about the work is also a way of protecting the environment itself. And I know that the government of Brazil is leading efforts about climate information integrity, so we are very interested in hearing your POV on this. And at the same time, we want to know what real actions we can do to face this problem, especially as we look to COP30, which is happening in a few weeks. Thank you so much, Renata. Thank you, Jamila. I'm sorry that Nina hasn't been able to join us. She had an emergency meeting with the minister. But I am really elated to be here with you today. Thank you. So, as my colleagues have said before me, the integrity of information is one of the hugest risks that we are facing nowadays. You know, the UN has classified this as the hugest vulnerability that we are facing around the world, actually. We all know that not only disinformation, but climate denial are the two huge risks that are threatening those who are advocating for or against climate change. We are campaigning to inform the world about it. So as I said, disinformation does not go around only in the digital realm, but mainly in the digital realm. For example, in Brazil, it's really blurred, like we can say that there are more mobile phones than people in the country, for example. So the way in which the digital environment is structured allows for disinformation or misinformation to go around freely, and it's exponentially multiplied because it is not controlled, or there's very little control over it because it's based on the economy of attention principles within the digital economy. So the objective is to maintain people's attention on those platforms. When you want to keep people engaged and using the platform or website, therefore, this creates stimuli for fake information to circulate, to go around, especially because those are the ones that capture people's attentions. And this information, as I mentioned, is not precise, it's not accurate, and so it harms the integrity of climate information. And therefore, it harms democracy itself. Because once you cannot guarantee that citizens access accurate data to form their opinions, they are denied of being able of choosing freely based on accurate information, so they cannot choose government or policies correctly. Of course, this is therefore a problem for democracy in itself, per se. Therefore, Brazil has supported the creation of the global initiative for the integrity of information surrounding climate change. This was in November 2024, and it was done together with the UN and UNESCO. Today, this global initiative has already incorporated more than 10 countries. So we've got Brazil and other countries in the region like Chile, Uruguay, and apart from those, we've got Belgium, Denmark, France, Morocco, Spain, Finland, Sweden, and the UK. Why is this important? Because everybody has stated here, disinformation poses a huge threat to our societies and our communities, and we must face up to it or stand up to it by coordinating at different levels, at the international level, at the national level, and at community level. So this global initiative, the global initiative, is doing this in very different ways. For example, there is still little scientific knowledge surrounding disinformation about climate change. So, and this is especially true in the Global South. So one of the things that the initiative seeks to do is to promote, through a global fund, support to initiatives from around the world so that we can boost activities or foster activities surrounding promoting accurate information surrounding climate change. For example, supporting environmental investigative journalists, or supporting strengthening institutions that are working around this topic. Another thing that the initiative is doing is to try to ID and communicate the different actions that are already in place in different countries. For example, we did this by a call to action within the context of our preparing for COP30. We published that open call, and we got replies or submissions from more than 35 countries, and this was published later as examples of good practices. And also we were able to divulge what was being done in different points around the globe. One more thing that we're doing as well is to try to implement this agenda that takes into consideration the integrity of information surrounding climate crisis in Brazil. We have already been doing it in two different ways. To say, one way is through the government, and it's materialized in the committee formed by different ministries, and the government of Brazil is involved as well. The other pillar is that we have supported the creation of a network formed by the civil society, academia, NGOs and NGOs that are involved in this agenda. So we have more than 130 organizations working on the ground, for example, involving journalism in Amazonia, or the protection of the environment, or promoting protection of journalists, and many more activities. So what they're doing is promoting the protection of sustainable information. Therefore, this leads to a more extended promotion of integral information. Specifically, regarding journalists, we think that protecting those who are investigating and defending the rights of communities and environmental rights in the forests, in diverse natural habitats, is essential. Unfortunately, according to UNESCO data, the Latin American region is one of the most dangerous because it's violence. It is where the most violence is exercised against journalists, advocates, and where the majority of environmental crimes happen. It's one of the most violent regions, just behind war zones. So we think that protecting journalists is also involves finding ways to make journalism more sustainable, and that it not be just concentrated or just up to big newspapers or big outlets. And by doing this, we are supporting integrity of information surrounding climate. Thank you. Thank you, Renata. Derechos Digitales is a member of the network that Renata was mentioning, and precisely one of the things that we are super important added to what you were saying is that advocacy or defending advocates contributes to the promotion and protection of information. So I wanted to give the floor to Joara from NUPEF. So with NUPEF, alongside NUPEF, we have been working on a global network which is called the Global Resilience Network, where we think of strategies and tools for the defense of rights and promoting digital security. So I'm very happy to share this space with NUPEF. Joara Marquesini is a master in humanity action by the University of Deusto, España. She has a graduate degree in human rights and democracy by Coimbra, and she's a specialist in human rights and violence and diversity. She has been working for 10 years or more around transparency, access to information, and she has participated in spaces like this since 2013. She's one of the 6 representatives she was chosen by the audience in the Escazú agreement. So I wanted to ask you, based on your experience with Instituto NUPEF, especially the work that you have done alongside those who defend the territory against extractivism in its many forms, if you could tell us about how the defense of these territories connects with the use of technology. We heard from Oscar, and his experience before, but I would also like to hear how you see things and this relationship in Brazil, and specifically, what lessons learned or what pathways do we need to strengthen as a collective so as to protect those who defend the environment and to guarantee climate justice in Latin America, and specifically if you see a opportunity within the framework of the Escazú agreement towards this goal. Thank you, Joara. Hello, Jamil. How are you? Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here. I have a PPT. I hope I can show it to you. If you don't see it, please let me know. Can you see it? I think we can. Yeah, we can see all your screen. Perfect. All right, let's see if it works. Okay, so here we are. I am a member of NUPEF, and briefly, I'm just going to introduce it to you because some people don't know it. So NUPEF works at the crossroads of technology and climate justice. My slides are in Portuguese, and it was in purpose because I think it's important to defend Portuñol, but to integrate Portuguese as well. So I think that's, as I was saying, we are working surrounding connectivity, and we understand that it is essential in protecting territories. But we also work with infrastructure because we know that having autonomy makes us independent from infrastructure. So infrastructure is essential when defending communities and the territory. So here we have like sort of three slogans, and we believe the infrastructure brings results in sustainability. So we work with resilient, safe, and autonomous infrastructures, and with spaces so that organizations be able to work in a way that their data is protected and stored at the maximum level of quality possible. We also believe that territories would be strengthened and more resistant. We believe that we are contributing and working on the ground with the territories that we are defending. And we think that knowledge, thirdly, in the same way, is what brings about transformation. And that's why we are working towards investigating, and we are even investigating into new practices and new technologies, because we know that we cannot promote something that has not been experienced or something that we don't know what we're talking about. Therefore, we want to incorporate this so as we can promote it. I'm presenting one of our projects here. I mean, we have talked about community networks, and I would like to invite everybody, so when we have a little bit more time, to learn about each individual community network, because each works in a different way, each makes decisions in a different way. So it's really important to take into consideration that when we talk about community networks, it's not like a one-size-fits-all and one whole thing. We are talking about different networks as well. So specifically addressing what you were asking me, Jamila, based on my experience and the Escazú Treaty and NUPEF experience, there's a modus operandi, an MO. There's very little official information about infrastructure works, be there a hydroelectrical dam or things that have an environmental impact. But when we do have that information, it's extremely technical, so the community does not have enough time to read and understand it or even participate because of that. We're talking about disinformation, which is the huge elephant here, because it's on purpose. This is not unintentional. People disinform because a community that does not know, that has great access to fake news, is easier to manipulate. It is not easy to manipulate public opinion when they are informed. Therefore, we see these challenges because there are no previous forums or queries, so the community cannot influence decisions. Usually, the community is consulted when the decisions have been made, and there's little to do. So I've brought two examples with me. But if you scan the QR code, you will be able to see, to watch a video that we have done about this, where the people express it in their own words. I don't know if you know, but Brazil is greatly involved in wind technologies. For example, one study that we have conducted on Lagoa dos Ventos Park, it's in Piauí State. So if you take the name and you seek and you look it up in the government's official website, nothing will pop up. So how can you look up information on an official website by typing word by word the name and not have any information about it? I'm not talking about the study. I just typed in the name and nothing comes up. We have also mentioned, and in the video you can see Carol Pujaroma. She is an indigenous advocate who talks about the carbon market and how people who end up participating and are consulted not really know what they're getting themselves into, and they don't know what they're really participating in, so they don't know that they are allowing something. So there's great lack of information on the carbon market. So this is not necessarily the people that are participating are not necessarily helping in protecting the environment, even if they want to. Okay, we talked about the challenges, let's talk about the opportunities. Access to internet may be key for the community to support the organizations so that they can access services and basic rights. For example, access to, or the right to health, the right to help, which would be solved by accessing internet, but you can't sum up access to internet or can't equate it to access to a phone. And we talk about that on the website of Territorios Resilientes, Resilient Territories, which gives me the perfect segue to the next slide, where you have a QR code to that site. And we are going to talk about how access to internet and technologies bring an opportunity so that communities can amplify their voice. They do have a voice. We are not here to speak for them. That's a narrative mistake. But we are here to support these communities so that when they speak, they can be heard better and in a safe way. And we have learned a lot from this. We have learned that the time that it takes to the communities and the territory to get acquainted is different. Many times, or oftentimes, NGOs' plans have a very tight schedule, but the time it takes to consult communities is different, and we need to respect their own times. This is one of the biggest lessons that we have learned. Also, that the relationship between on and offline presents a threat in the territory, because when the person is offline and working on the exploitation of wood, or a person is invading the territory, if they access internet, they can even do it in a harmful way, because they can harm the data protection, or they can even, expose the location where they are. So a relationship between off and online needs a holistic protection. Something important that we talk about is that our quest to find new energies or renewable energies cannot be based on old formats, without transparency, without training, without consultation of and with the community. It is not sustainable. It's not what we're looking for when we talk about these things at COP30 and when we talk about climate justice. Lastly, Oscar and the people who preceded me have really articulated well what the digital divide entails. We cannot presume that because we are online, that is enough for people to be informed or for people to participate, because there are difficulties pertaining language, access to information, and that plays a crucial role in the participation of the communities, because they cannot stay within the community. So that's what we're trying to work on in the Escazú Treaty or Agreement. And it's been hard, I must admit, because public forums and the whole building this decision-making as is an agreement as Escazú's, or the COP, is very elitist, I have to say. It's really hard to understand. It's very exclusive. And it's hard to understand even for us who are devoting our 100% of our time to this and our privilege. So imagine, if it's even hard for me to understand, imagine for a person who is trying to defend their territory, trying to work, trying to protect their life, and trying to protect and participate from this process. So the change has to come from within ourselves. We need to make it easier for them to be able to participate. We need to use the technology and the mediums that we have in favor of climate justice and in favor of wider and broader participation of people. And I will close by celebrating the regional plan of advocates of the Escazú agreement that are considering the digital divide as one of the challenges of access to information and promoting knowledge. So I'll leave it here, and here you have my contact and NUPEF's contacts. If anybody has any questions, we are at your disposal. Thank you so much, Jamila.
Thank you, Joara, for your presentation and for sharing with us all your learnings and all your insights and findings. And just to finish this round, before going to Q&A, I would like to invite Javier Palomo. He is a relator from Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. He is also working in the University from Uruguay, and he has also a degree from the University of Lanús in Argentina. Thank you for participating in this conversation today. I would like to hear from you as regards the Redesca work in the exercise of human rights and environmental protection. I would like to hear from you about how is that you face the regional situation in the defense of the territory. How is that we can support the relatorship work, the different actors that are with us today, and in particular, which are the concrete measures from the states in order to ensure a physical, digital, and appropriate environment for those who are advocates for nature and the environment, especially taking into account the challenges that we have seen in this talk. Yes, your inputs are really valuable. Can you hear me correctly? Thank you very much. I really thank Digital Rights, Derechos Digitales, for the invitation, and my fellow panelists are really interesting, and this is an evidence of the works being carried out in the region, and of course they are especially relevant to this topic. Our special relatorship is one of the two relatorships that the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights has, and we address these crucial topics. It is a part of the Inter-American system of human rights, and as you know, it is based or structured around some fundamental instruments such as the American Declaration and the American Commission of Human Rights. And we also have the San Salvador Protocol as a specific tool as regards economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. And by saying this, I would like to introduce certain tools that are really useful to take into consideration, especially when we have a perspective that is crucial to develop from the institutions. And this initiative is the coordinated use of tools in order to protect the environment, and especially, yes, to protect the persons that demand a healthy environment. For instance, you were mentioning Escazú agreement and the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights and the other commissions refer to this agreement because it is a regional instrument from United Nations, and it's part of the legislative corpus that is applied because there are certain advantages, because we have to consider Escazú not in isolation. And I'm going to give you some examples. Escazú Agreement is not the first instrument in the region that recognizes the right to a healthy environment. That is recognized by San Salvador Protocol from 1988, the General Assembly from UN, and the Human Rights Committee, through a resolution, they recognized this right to a healthy environment. And our nation has an international treaty in force that subscribes to the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights that recognizes this access and right to a healthier environment. And all these tools were ratified by several countries of South America, and maybe we are lacking the support from some countries in the Caribbean region, and that is one of the problems that we are facing. For instance, Escazú Agreement was really successful among the countries of the Caribbean region, and the implementation done jointly by the countries makes us reach different spheres that are not so easy to reach. And at inter-American level, we have a way in order to protect the physical integrity and the life of persons. The measures from the Inter-American Commission offers a means of protection that is very specific. And this is an example linked to the need to use jointly and creatively the tools that we already have in order to protect and advocate for rights. Another example that might be interesting here is related to the importance of having an Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And as regards environmental topics, we have some orders, some decrees from the Inter-American courts. And for instance, Reyes against Chile in 2006. This decree, this verdict, indicates a reference point, and this is the verdict that indicates what should be done, and that action is reinforced by the Escazú Agreement, because Escazú can't issue orders. Then, as you know, in the Inter-American Court, we have the tools, and with this, I show the importance of having in place all the mechanisms possible in order to think about the right to a healthy environment, and also specifically the protection of those advocating for environmental rights. I think that I wasn't as brief as I wanted, but I really wanted to share with you several examples in order to make my point clear. And now I would like to refer specifically to this intersection between technologies and rights to a healthy environment. And in a way, this is within a framework of a combination or a relationship between the human rights agenda, opportunities, positive aspects of this combination of agendas related to human rights, and the agendas working in the protection of rights, of fundamental rights, and the use of technology. And I think that we have different situations documented, and we have excellent implementations of technology in order to document infringement of human rights, in order to favor the contact of advocates among them with funding options, or with some agents that would offer some sort of support. Then in this sense, technology offers a way of resistance, of visibility, but also technology shows the following. We have two recent reports published by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. These are the most recent reports, and I don't know if I don't know the exact date of publication, but they address the issue of free speech and technology, and we analyze violence in certain contexts, and in our sister relatorship is where we work with this topic, and with human rights advocates we analyzed the topic of the risks for human rights advocates. Then, in the framework of these reports published, we will find, let's say, a trend, or a sort of a trend that is surrounded by the same worries. Because when we use these powerful technologies for resistance, for visibility, those technologies also enable new forms of control, new forms of attack, and this creates a worrying situation in the digital sphere. And for instance, for women, leaderships of indigenous people are the aim of certain attacks. And we are not only speaking about stigmatizing campaigns, but also the illicit use of the judicial system in order to silence them. And I think that this is a feature that unfortunately will create more monitoring reports and more specific reports on this issue from Redesca. We are really worried about this, and this is of course related to several of the items that you mentioned today. On the one hand, we have the existence of certain business models that in some cases are the necessary result or the intentional result of an infringement of certain rights and not the guarantee of certain rights. We see this in social media platform where the end of the business, of the objective of the business, is not to guarantee free speech, but to generate a certain level of income or a certain level of participation of society. And we also need to take into consideration the political reasoning behind these developments, because these technologies are new and emergent, of course, and in many cases we are speaking about technologies that were conceived initially with, let's say, a more military-based essence, and maybe they are more linked to this notion of persecution, of control. And of course, this could generate or would generate critical positions, because in due diligence processes we should apply, or we should take into account human rights, of course. And just to sum up today with my presentation here, even though we might find positive uses and negative uses of technology from certain positions, from advocates, in many cases we are speaking about tools that were not specifically designed in order to ensure rights, but there is a certain level of rationality in those technologies where we see the especially harmful results, which take us to abandon the idea of neutrality from these technologies. And of course, we shouldn't consider technologies either as good or bad, but certain technologies were conceived in order to provide, let's say, harmful effect, and of course, human rights in any case should be infringed. Thank you for your invitation today. I am open for questions, and I also would like to thank my fellow panelists, because it was a pleasure to hear your interventions.
Thank you, Javier. It's been a pleasure to hear from you. It leads us to continue thinking, okay, how can we, from the different organizations and activists, follow what you're saying at the Redesca, and how your work, or how the work at Redesca is connected to freedom of speech, and how we can boost collaboration and work together. I would like to thank all our panelists. Unfortunately, we won't have any Q&A or space for Q&A, but I think it's more than evident that it is important to bring this to the table and to think or to have a coordinated type of thinking, and to collaborate with one another so that we can promote and boost the use of technology to defend rights and not the opposite, and to debate the spaces of power so that the development of technologies can benefit the defense of rights. Now we're going to continue with the next session. I hope we get more opportunities to talk about this. I welcome that we have this space at Lacigf, and as the programming committee member, I keep thinking about the possibility of bringing the environmental issues to the core of our conversation. I hope we can continue to build relationships between different organizations and to coordinate our efforts. So thank you so much. I would like to give a special thanks to Laura, my colleague, who was also crucial in formulating this proposal, and Ceylan from Redesca, and everybody who has been participating online. Thank you for your input. Joara, I don't know if you would like to say any final words. All right, I wish everybody continues to be well. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back with the main session, the last main session of the day. All right, thank you for this so enriching discussion. As we have mentioned, we are going to take a break so that you can get some coffee, talk, relate. After that, we're going to come back to one of our last big session, and it will be followed by the closing of this forum. Thank you so much. to begin the last session of the forum called Local and Contextual AI Alternatives for Sustainable Digital Economies. We will be joined by Valeria Betancourt and Jamila Venturini as moderators. We are going to invite them to come up to the stage. Valeria has led the political work of APC since 2010. She is a seasoned activist in the field of human rights and the internet, digital technologies for development, digital inclusion, and internet governance within the context of the Global South. She has trained in sociology and political science and has a master's degree in cultural studies and communication. Jamila is an activist and an investigator with more than 15 years of experience in organizations from the civil society. She is a journalist and has a master's in social sciences with a track in education by Flaxo, Argentina. We invite Paola Ricauter from the Technological Institute of Monterrey, Rodolfo Avelino from INSPER Colectivo Digital, Juan Pablo Vial from the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Chile, Emilia Echeveste from Fundación Vía Libre, and Fernando Rojas from CEPAL, and Germán López Ardila from the Colombian Chamber of Telecommunications and Technology. By the end of this session, we are going to have a moment for a Q&A. And of course, for people participating online, we invite that you write your questions in the chat box, both on YouTube and Zoom. I'm going to give the floor to our moderator. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Please, a round of applause for the panelists joining. Welcome. Take your seat. Juan Pablo, welcome. I invite you to join us. I imagine Jamila is about to arrive. I think we're missing one chair. If we could have one more chair for Jamila, thank you. Okay. Jamila will be joining us in a few moments. She will be my co-moderator. Our aim is to look at AI from a different point of view. And yes, we need one more chair. Thank you. Welcome, Germán. So this session seeks to pose questions that allow us to tackle AI from a perspective that is aligned with regional realities and with a local outlook, and also to put on the table that same question, whether local AI is possible and what that implies. In that sense, we want to, dissect what the elements could be of a possible ecosystem of AI with the aim of boosting digital economies that are local and that are based on alternative models. Economies that are sustainable and that are tailored to the needs and the challenges of the local environments. In that vein, we think that the time that we are experiencing with having this global dialogue on the governance of AI, part of the implementation of the Global Digital Pact, presents an opportunity to start looking at this from a focus of global governance, but from a local point of view. And from the national environments, okay, so how can we boost creativity, strengthen the elements from within our economic local contexts, with the aim of contributing to technological development from other points of view. So in that sense, we're going to have two segments. Jamila is going to be the moderator of the first. So the first segment is going to be to try to figure out what's going on in the region. Now, the second instance is going to be about trying to observe the political frameworks and the elements of the ecosystem so that we can have a local AI, and how we connect these local processes with global processes. Jamila, I'm going to give you the floor so that we can start with the first segment of our session. Of course, thank you, Valeria. I'm sorry it was a bit late. So our proposal for the first segment is to tackle how to create environments that boost technological development in Latin America from a local and contextual point of view. For that, we are going to listen input about how this participation is done, but from a different perspective. If we think about digital economy and Latin American participation in this economy, in terms of AI, we can sum up three key points. Firstly, there's a dependency on a few companies that are concentrated in the global north which produce AI, both at the level of end users as corporate use and the development of applications based on the models that are developed by these same companies. At the same time, the workforce is precarious and has precarious working conditions to train these models. Again, these companies are outside of the region. And another point is data transference, energy and raw material, which are transformed in wealth for other companies, and that is in detriment of guaranteeing rights for our peoples. And while we are trying to benefit in Latin America from the participation in this digital economy, we think it's important to repose this participation from our perspective. So part of this session is going to be about listening to initiatives that are taking place in the region, and at the same time to think about what is guiding other initiatives and what challenges they are facing in terms of boosting themselves as efficient alternatives and how they respond to the needs of our communities and our territories. First, we are going to hear from everybody, but we are going to hear from 5 minutes. Paola Ricarte, you have 5 minutes. I am going to read her bio. She's going to be joining us online. Paola is a researcher from the media outlet departments and digital culture of the Technological Department of Monterrey, and she's a fellow of the Berkman Klein Center for Internet Society of Harvard University. She's a co-founder of the Tierra Común Network and coordinates the feminist network in Latin America and the Caribbean. Paola, I would like to begin by asking, or actually by thanking you for joining us today. I know that you have been developing very important work within your feminist network in the region. So my question would be actually a twofold question. First, how do you interpret the concept of local AI? And if you could tell us about some initiatives that you think sum up this concept and that can be inspirational. And secondly, what policies do you think are necessary for an AI that will impact communities and territories less, and what are the steps to move forward in that direction? I know it's a lot, but we'll be happy to hear your ideas on these topics. Thank you, Valeria and Jamila, for inviting me. Thank you, everybody that is in person. As you were saying, for a couple of years now, we have been working in the region to boost technologies based on AI with a feminist perspective. So I'm really excited that this is happening for us and that this round table is organized about the question of local issues. So just, let's think about that all technologies are developed with a local anchorage. They are anchored into the local context. So when whatever that locality means, that it's not where we are, those technologies are set in different contexts. So there is an intention, or this is idea that it is developed in a place where there are industrial hubs like the global north, in this case Silicon Valley and the 5 companies that make it up, are trying to, or we conceive them as global technologies. Now, we need to think, or if we think that technology should be universal, and we try to explore in what way we can build technologies that are rooted in our context and our territories, then the question is, how can we go backwards and revert those structural reasons that become a hurdle in the possibility of developing technologies within our local context? And I think that the question there lies on the policies, because for local technologies to be enabled, we need many transformations at the same time. At the institutional level, we need policies in different layers: law or employment, commercial, technical, treaties, laws, cultural practices, educational policies. I mean, all across the board. So on the other hand, we need that together with the policies. We need investment. It is essential. We need resources so that these policies can be materialized and create the conditions that are necessary for the development of these technologies. I mean, any technology, but specifically these technologies that require specific technological specifics. So we need computing capacity, talent, infrastructure, a lot of conditions. So I think that, in a way, responding to, I can answer to the second part of the question: what policies do we need? We need policies that are thought from the system. We need these policies to take equity into consideration. And not only that, only diversity. And not say as two disconnected things, but that all innovative process come from recognizing that there has been an exclusion of women, communities that have been historically marginalized from all the technological and innovative processes. We women are thought of as users, and we can participate, but just as part of the final process once these technologies are deployed. And these communities at the same time have been historically marginalized. So what we are seeking is for them to become protagonists in this development of technologies so that they have the conditions to develop technologies that we need. So those are the policies that would enable for technologies to have less negative impacts on these territories and the communities that have been marginalized. So they need the communities themselves to develop the technology, and they also need to have a seat at the table in the decision-making process of technological processes.
Thank you, Paola, for reinforcing those items, those points. And some of them are included in some international agreements. After the second part, it was very interesting to hear about that. And I think that we can move to Emilia. She has a PhD in education. She's a postdoctoral researcher, and she is also part of FAMAC, and she is related to Fundación Vía Libre. She works in the area of training in the department of the University of Córdoba, and of course she is a lecturer in different chairs of the university. I know that you've been working in line with some topics related to feminism. I would like to hear from your actions as regards and which are the challenges that you identify in order to boost the initiatives that you suggest. Hi. Good afternoon to everyone. Well, as Jamila mentioned, I am more related to the social and educational sphere, and so that I'm going to speak about my project and our project that we've been developing with the support of Via Libre, and it is a tool called EDIA, which is a tool to assess the biases as regards certain stereotypes. And this all started because the teachers were worried about the use of AI in youngsters, and last year we outlined a project in order to train teachers from secondary school, and using EDIA, we managed to gather a data set in order to identify certain biases in different disciplines. And of course, those biases could be included in the school curricula. And for instance, if the teachers could identify certain biases as regards in terms of physics and chemistry, or in other school subjects, yes, and not only gender biases. And those biases were replicated in the language models. And this initiative was not only developed by people from Córdoba, but this initiative is also hosted in a server that belongs to the university, and we have CCAT. And so this tool is hosted in the city of San Francisco. So it is San Francisco, Córdoba, not San Francisco, United States, yes. And this enabled us to reach the teachers that work in the schools. And so we could share with them certain basic notions as regards the functioning of the language models and what is behind those models. And I think that it was really important to tell you about the support that we and the work that we complete from Fundación Vía Libre, and our work on the territory, and how is that we use these tools, and of course to question these tools. Well, thank you for sharing with us these topics. And of course, Paula mentioned the systemic approach of policies. It's not from the technological point of view, yes, that the assessment should be made, but we should also include other agents. Yes, we should focus on participation of different sectors. And now I will move on to Germán. He is a consultant specialized in telecommunications and IT. Now he is a president of legal affairs of the IT chamber from Colombia, and I would like to hear a little bit more about your experience there and which are the challenges that you consider, of course, taking into account the perspective of the companies. Thank you for the excellent panelists and moderators that were before us, and it's a pleasure for me to be with you here today, particularly with the topic of AI. I think that I have a special role for Colombia and for the region because my work as a deputy president taking into account the perspective of the private sector. I also had the opportunity to work in awareness factors suggested by UNESCO, and also the cross-sectional work from ISF in regard to the development of AI and this policy network institutions, and we try to articulate a reality based on technology and financial aspects, but from the regional perspective. And it is important to do so because this is the center of this conversation, because we need to work jointly in a cooperative manner. When we speak about use and implementation of technology, I think that we should address this conversation taking into account the material aspect of things. Of course, the number of data servers created by China or the United States is of paramount importance, and we won't create the same amount of servers. And well, if we move forward to IT cloud computing, well, maybe we have some benefits, but we have to learn to harness how to learn from that infrastructure. And of course, if we think in the region, Brazil is working on data centers, and the improvements are relevant, and we need to understand the articulation, because since we are working, or we are from the governance sector, we find that infrastructure that is decentralized all over the world, and maybe it's not the case for artificial intelligence. Then did oblige us to think or to rethink how is that we're going to face this new infrastructure. And this is an important issue that is being discussed in policy networks. And it's not just how to raise the voices from Latin America or the Global South. We need to achieve representation, of course. And I think that the key of this conversation is that we need to recognize those capacities, that infrastructure that is already present in different countries of the world, and to see how is that we can work and cooperate in strengthening those capacities in order to generate value for Latin America and the Caribbean. Well, I think that that is a wonderful transition while we approach the second part of this conversation related to global governance and the essential collaborations between the different actors. Rodolfo Avelino is an expert in IT security. He has a PhD in social sciences. Now he is a professor of engineering and IT sciences. And he also has a role in consulting committee in Brazil. He is also a representative of the third sector in the managing committee of Brazil. Rodolfo, I have two questions for you, taking into account your expertise in the field and the relevance of social aspects. And of course, you are from the technical sphere, but you have a wide view. Do you think that AI could address the specific needs of the region? And I would like to hear about your experience in the committee, which is the importance of the cooperation of the different stakeholders in order to create favorable environments for AI, of course, focusing on the region.
Thank you. So today I participated in a panel where I spoke Portuguese only. I'm going to make an effort to speak Spanish. I consider that it is important for Portuguese to be present in the region. But out of respect to anybody who is listening, I am going to read. So I am going to read my contribution. So adopting AI requires infrastructure. I believe that implementation of federated regional networks and the use of free platforms can be an important instrument, especially with respect to digital sovereignty. The countries of a region do not have the computational capacity that is enough at a local level to develop technology of high-capacity AI. Because regional cooperation becomes even more relevant. Well, we need to boost associations between the public and the private sector that are not only transnational but long-term. We need to include academia in investigation centers from the get-go so that we can combine training, innovation, and application. We need to involve the civil society and the local communities to guarantee that the use of AI responds to the needs, the real needs that are specific of to the territory. As far as CGI's work on AI and regional cooperation, CGI regards AI as one of its core issues in their work agenda of a committee planned for 2025 to 2027. So right now we have a specific work group within the committee to discuss the theme, and it has been specifically devoted to discussing regulation of AI system because Brazil is debating a bill about it. This text has already been approved by the Senate and is currently being assessed by the Representatives Chamber. NIC hosts the Brazilian Observatory from the federal government. Through this plan, NIC and CGI have developed a work that is geared to informing society and guiding policy strategies and relationships and lessons to promote the development and the responsible use of AI. CGI.br is the association in the Ministry of Science and Technology in Brazil, and it promoted 2 centers of investigations applied to AI in Brazil. To sum up, these initiatives, although focused in Brazil or on Brazil, demonstrate a capacity to build specialized networks that are multi-sectorial, which promote cooperation in terms of infrastructure and the analysis of social impacts of the implementation of AI in different sectors. CGI.br has been one of the rapporteurs that has been the most relevant in discussions in Brazil and at the international level. The committee at this level can open doors to collaborations at a regional level. Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you for the effort of explaining this in Spanish and for the idea of strengthening this communication in a mix of Portuguese and Spanish. I think that there are some points that you made that are relevant for our reflection, and we have dealt with this in this first part of the conversation, and we have tackled different layers of complexities that imply thinking about all of these at a local level. Germán, Rodolfo, you talked about infrastructure and the need of creating mechanisms and cooperation to strengthen and create that infrastructure. I think some of the questions that will be posed during the Q&A relate to guaranteeing the resources to boost this technology and infrastructure, and what mechanisms we can think of in relation to these big companies that are coming to our territories so as to install and build our data centers and other things. So think about the mechanisms at a commercial level or tax level or tariffs level we can think of to create a more balanced relation with those global actors. We also touched on the need of the different people impacted to participate, and also for all those who have been excluded from these developments to participate. And also, these people have been excluded from regulatory processes. Rodolfo was mentioning the discussion of the AI bill in Brazil, and we might take some lessons there on the importance of social participation. And with Emilia, we were thinking about the ability to strengthen capabilities in the region to be able to participate in this process and development process, because I think things go sort of hand in hand, right? Because they both imply specialized knowledge and a critical perspective on the implications of these models and these systems. And of course, we did not touch on, but we need to think that it is important to guarantee the respect of rights throughout the whole chain of AI, specifically the rights of workers in our regions, because this provides a lot of employment through training models, but these people are working under precarious conditions. So we need to see how we can guarantee that these people have access to dignified living and a more significant participation in the industry. Let's come back to the panel, though, which revolves around the development of local AI. So I'm going to give the floor to Valeria to think of more existing frameworks to guarantee these rights. Thank you, Jamilia. In this second part of the panel, we are going to try to go even deeper into the governance policies and interaction at different levels: regional, global, national. We know that boosting factors for a favorable environment for local AI that have come up in the first part of the conversation cannot turn their back on the developments that are happening, especially in terms of governance in the global environment. We wanted to pose that, or to say that, as part of the implementation of the Global Digital Pact and as part of the 20 years of the summit, we are creating spaces of political dialogue and conversation between the different stakeholders and interested parties regarding what these frameworks should be, these frameworks that guide the governance of AI, especially in terms of its interaction with multiple aspects and multiple implications of AI, security, trust, the intersection with human rights, open code, the intersection with the technical indications, but at the same time, interoperability between the different approaches to governance that the development of AI demands at a global level, especially based on the predominant model, which are these big technological companies and their models, but also to think about the characteristics that are necessary in terms of governance to create these favorable environments at a national level. So in that sense, in that vein, it is my privilege to have Pablo Vial and Fernando Rojas, who will introduce now, so that we can delve into these issues from the perspective of what's happening in the region, and to talk about the mechanisms that we have and the role that the regional actors are fulfilling, especially to the public institutions. I'm going to start with Juan Pablo Vial, who works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Chile, and Juan Pablo. You are very seasoned and experienced. You are involved in many of the regional and global processes, and apart from the work you do at a national level. So you are a part of the committee of multiple stakeholders of the GIF. So from your point of view, how can these processes, specifically these, in the framework of investing in the Global Digital Pact, can inspire us to move forward towards more alternative models of producing AI? So what are the challenges that we face in terms of shaping these environments and these ecosystems of governance that we need to contribute from the region, not only to strengthening our own economies in a sustainable way, but also to shape those parameters, guidelines that are within the global sphere, and how relevant is cooperation and collaboration among different actors at different levels in the building these ecosystems, so that in the way they can come back to us and contribute to the development of AI. I know these are big questions, but I know that you're up to par. All right, thank you.
Well, thank you for your trusting in me in order to answer this question. It's an honor for me to be here, and in a way, I feel that I am part of like IFF, and from 2017, I've been involved, and I think that this enables us to be in contact with the different actors, and we can start to outline better initiatives in order to represent our region better in terms of AI. And I would like to tell you about some initiatives from the government of Chile at this time, and they are not only related to the development of Chile, but they are relevant regionally. And I think that this is evidenced in some of the guidelines of the Global Digital Pact in order to enhance the cooperation processes at global level and at regional level, ethical governance of data, representation of traditionally vulnerable sectors to reflect language richness and cultural aspects of the regions. These are some of the items analyzed. Maybe you have heard about a project in Chile. It is a joint work. It is a large model in Spanish, also including the cultural aspects of the region. It is called LATAM GPT. We are about to launch the first version because Chile understands that AI, of course, naturally, it is transnational, and the work has to be collaborative. And Chile understands that the region has to have a voice in this roundtable of governance. We need to have a better representation. Then the idea of this big language model is not maybe to try to compete with the big language models. Once it is launched, it will be open to solve different problems of the region. But as we know, yes, these LLMs are trying to understand the reality of the region. And of course, we try to be better linked with technological aspects. And when we have the academia or the technical experts understanding better certain aspects, of course, maybe we might reach a better way of regulating technology and these advancements. Okay, I know that your question was quite long, so maybe I need to pause a little bit. Well, maybe for the second round of questions, maybe I could add something more, yes? Of course, Pablo, you outlined the value of cooperation and this inevitable and necessary correlation between the local environment and the global environment. Now we have Fernando Rojas with us. He works at CEPAL, and we might say that CEPAL has been in charge from 2005 when they've been working in the information society and to improve information society in Latin America and the Caribbean, and taking into account emergent technologies. And when we focus on the social and economic implications or consequences, when we work hand in hand with governments and different actors in setting the frameworks that would create guidelines at national level. In that sense, Fernando, I would like to know about the contributions of CEPAL in the emergence of AI. Of course, in the creation of new initiatives in order to address this situation, and how is that CEPAL considers the opportunities that are arising at this time thanks to the improvements in technology, as I said, in order to create an ecosystem that would be beneficial for the region. I would like to thank all of you for the invitation to share this afternoon. I have many ideas, but I will ask you to indicate if I am out of time. Why is it that AI is relevant to use, of course, with certain conditions? In our region, we've been experiencing or living in a context that is quite complex, and we have some development traps, let's say, as a term to be defined. We are stagnant in production. We have inequalities. The institutions do not have enough capacities, and then we consider AI as a strategic tool if it is applied in the following way: if it is inclusive and if it has a purpose. AI has to be inclusive because we have to manage to apply AI cross-functionally so that we do not widen the existing gaps. And AI has a purpose, because the application, the implementation is not neutral. It depends on the policies and on the regulation. So we have to consider these two elements in order to obtain the benefits that we want from AI. At AI, we are working on inclusiveness, and I would like to mention two initiatives. One is significative connectivity, and then we have the development of digital skills and rights. In the LAILAC agenda, we have a work group led by Chile, Peru, and Brazil. The technical community is included. Development banks are also included, and in this group we have three objectives. The first one is to simplify the big concept and to adapt that to the region so that we can have indicators to assess the actual situation. Because if we do not know what is happening, we can't improve, yes, and or we can't move forward to the future. And well, SATIC is also part of this group, and they are collaborating with us. And well, by developing or after developing these tools, now we are applying these tools in order to know the region. And this concept of significant connection, there are some elements that are limiting the inclusive adoption of technology. The concept of significant connection is related to affordability, aspects related to the devices. We need to have the proper devices in order to connect. And for instance, when we want to access correct AI tools, yes, or adequate AI tools, we need good high-speed internet connection. So here we have enablers for the adoption of AI.
Again, so what are we doing around digital capabilities? Okay, we're working on a study also with alongside CETIC and the cooperation, the German cooperation, HACET. We're taking the European disk in its the European version, which is number 2, and it's taking that framework and tailoring to the regional context. What we have done is to analyze the competencies within these areas and the areas of competence to see how they adjust to the context, and we are posing the possibilities. But in the case of AI, there is an ongoing discussion which revolves around whether incorporating a new area of competence which is specifically for AI, or should we incorporate proposals revolving around specific digital capabilities within these areas. And we think that, yeah, it would be more along the second thing that I mentioned, because this is cross-sectional. For example, you require capabilities to use AI, especially advanced capabilities, which you mentioned. We are very interested in creating regional capabilities so as to develop the technology and not necessarily do what we are doing, which is just taking it and using it just as it is given to us. So these are two of the initiatives that we are carrying out right now. And as I mentioned, many actors in the regions participate in this. And we believe that by enabling this, one, we are going to accelerate the adoption of this technology, but apart from that, we are going to make it inclusive, which I think is essential to close divides. Okay, I'm just going to stop here so as not to go over time. Yes, it's absolutely important to start from understanding that the region is inserted within adopting, like what we are doing in the region is adopting AI with the pre-existing divides that have been heightened. So it's interesting what you are mentioning about these enabling factors so that AI cannot contribute, to use these enablers, not to let AI to deepen these divides. So Jamila, we are going to open the floor for questions. So please, I'm going to give the floor to the audience. Please, we would love to hear your input, questions, and comments or reactions to everything that you've been here until now. Nothing? Okay. Oh yeah, over there. Hi, welcome. Well, I just wanted to ask, Because, my perspective is kind of like the opposite, because I come from the private sector and I am on the side of the companies that you were referring to before. So I believe in regulation because we should all have limitations or a framework to work within, because we have existing projects and the conglomerate of information needs those frameworks. But now I also believe that debates beyond organization, institution, and society, I think it's going to be natural, and I think they're going to be generated naturally. For example, you just mentioned a situation where you expect technology to be inclusive. I think technology per se is inclusive. Let me give you an example. I am 47 years old. I was born in the time where internet didn't even exist, and then DSL came, and do you remember that? The buzzing and so on that we heard? Okay, if you ask a 12-year-old, they won't have idea. Okay, in that time, we were already debating that. And when I was starting my degree in IT, we were still debating this. Internet should be inclusive. Okay, internet ended up being whatever it is because the society and the market regulates what it should be. So, for example, now we have a situation where, say, is it or is it not inclusive? It is inclusive because, say, kids used to need huge infrastructure to become famous, to showcase their art, their talent, their intellectual development. But today, with a mic and a camera, they're able to do it. So, in fact, that is generated that the big traditional economic models are looking elsewhere because technology in itself creates traction, and we'll end up forcing that regulation in itself. So if we add more regulation on top of regulation, it's going to be counterproductive. And if we strengthen this inclusiveness or this inclusive side, we're going to end up being redundant. I don't know if you can understand my point of view. Absolutely. I think we can take some more questions and then do a round of reactions. Good afternoon. We are from Jóvenes por Argentina. We want to ask you how to regulate AI for youth and how organizations and companies can implement these regulation efficiently as a tool for transformation in today's reality. If it's okay with you, let's answer these questions. So on the one hand, we have a thought-provoking question about inclusivity and regulation and the different perspectives behind all this, which, as our fellow mentioned, are not new, but it's really valuable to go a little bit more in depth on these visions. And another question about youth participation and inclusion of the youth in decision-making processes about AI. I don't know who would like to take the floor or the mic. Paola is still with us online in case she wants to react. But mic is open. I don't know who would like to begin. Thank you, Valeria. Thank you so much for these questions. They are so important. Just to be quick, let me say, any conversation around any good or service in the market is always joined or is always comes with a side of talking about the risks. I mean, even shampoo comes with instruction because some people don't know how to use it, which forces us to think about any good or service and whether it is inclusive or not. I mean, when you buy a product, a toy for your child, I mean, it comes with a warning that it's dangerous. So what I believe is that it is important to structure this conversation about global and local, because these conversations are happening at technical level and in multilateral spaces. We have Act number 42,000 that provides a framework for managing the risks of AI. we have the NIST, which for risk management, and some conversations that have started a few years ago. For example, the ethical recommendations for AI by UNESCO, which already has 193 countries that have signed it. So I think that that part of the conversation has been a little bit covered. So now the challenge is, okay, how do we materialize it? How do we materialize the conversations around ethics of AI and turn that into responsible usage of AI? So I think that's the challenge. How do we translate not only infrastructure which enables it, but how do we make that to turn into a benefit in the region and using AI in a beneficial and ethical use? If anybody else would like to answer. Thank you so much for the question. I would briefly like to mention that AI, unlike other technologies, requires, precisely that we establish balanced regulations, especially because of the potential impact that it can have on human rights, specifically the impacts that it has on freedom of speech, privacy, and other human rights that can be vulnerated by the misuse of AI. And we are being witnesses of this as AI is approaching this border that scientists were saying that we wouldn't see, and it becomes more and more autonomous. As it becomes autonomous, it becomes more urgent to provide frameworks. Now, I wanted to mention that whereas these principles that have been agreed upon universally, for example, the UNESCO recommendation on AI, I think today it becomes even more relevant to think about our own regulatory experimentation. Of course, these frameworks provide a reference, the ones that we take from Europe, about the rule of law and democracy. However, this technology impacts in a different way our region, right? Therefore, we need to have our own regulatory experiences, our own approaches, so that they can cater to the specific needs that we have on the territory. Because of, they need to address also the inequality in institutional developments that are happening in the region. So frameworks and regulation are necessary now. That regulation needs to be balanced, and it needs to protect human rights without hampering or hurdling in development.
As regards inclusion, and then as a trainer and teacher, it's not just how to use a mic or a camera and connect that, but you have to know all that is behind. You have to know the consequences. So it's not just to use it. We have to understand what is behind that. So if we understand inclusion not only as we understand the inclusion not only as the use of the tool, but to know the details. Yes, how is that technology being developed? So in that case, we would address this tension. Okay, how is that we are going to use the technology? And of course, there lies the aspect of governance. Now I'm going to switch to Portuguese in order to add some ideas to what has been said. I think that digital inclusion in the last 25 years has changed. At some point, we had the necessity of having pieces of equipment, yes, computers, and now we speak about connectivity. Now we have another format of inclusion, and this is the format that lies in learning. And when you learn, you have the freedom to create. And nowadays, we have cybersecurity. 10 years ago, this was not a problem. And this is important because we shouldn't affect those who are vulnerable. Of course, we will always see transformations. And in terms of regulation, I think that, well, as we previously mentioned yesterday, maybe it is the only instrument that we have as a society. So I agree that regulation in itself is really complex. It is technical, it's political, and it's social. But we shouldn't focus only in the regulation, but we have to address the issue considering the different aspects. Well, in the observatory, we've been analyzing the gaps. Let's take the example from Paraguay. The gap between the richest and the poorer is significant. And then we have another divide, which is the rural and urban divide. Of course, you know that in rural areas, either you do not have a good connection or you do not have connection at all. And as regards AI, if we have internet access, mobile internet access, if you have a basic plan, you can access to chatbots, but if you want to access Gen AI or other tools, you need more than 100 megabytes. Then, if you do not have a good connection, if you do not have good internet, you are excluded from all the options available. And then we should address the issue so that when these technologies appear, do not deepen the existing gaps. Well, yes, I would like to say that, yes, it is evident. And the figures are an evidence of the lack of inclusion. Half of the planet is still, let's say, disconnected. And it is a false dichotomy between regulation and innovation in the history of this. There are no evidences, and that one contradicts the other. This is a fallacy, and then there are certain pressures as regards the lifting of regulation. So if we think that everyone is using AI, okay, we become clients of those companies offering AI, and of course we are subjected to the countries offering AI. So we know also that some AI stacks are hegemonic. Then we should include support investment from the regions so that we won't be subjected to those technologies that were not designed by us. Yes, these technologies deepen social, technological, political dependencies. Our regulations are not capable enough to generate certain limits or certain barriers to the initiatives of these companies that are lobbyists for the political, academic, financial field. And I think that we should be offering a different reality. Yes, we don't want to be clients or dependent of technologies that were not developed by us. We are okay with the schedule, with the time. Maybe we have more questions before we close this panel. I think we have 2 or 3. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the panel and information. My question is the following. Yesterday, a colleague of yours from Mexico, specialized in telecommunications and infrastructure, spoke about what would happen if, at a certain point in time, US and China shut down. Of course, that won't happen, but taking the possibility in mind, how is that we Latin Americans should prepare in order to have solid infrastructures with local training and local trained specialists? I heard that in Chile you are training models. We work with data infrastructure. How is that we can face these realities? How is that we can protect data with solid processes so that we are not lagging behind?
Hi, Yeltsin Garcia. I'm a data scientist and a teacher of AI at a superior level, higher learning level. I would like to talk about from the point of view that is a fallacy that AI is going in against innovation. I mean, the enforcement of data protection law of the EUA, yes, says that, but the 30% of startups dedicated to ad innovation has suffered a reduction. Now, if you go backwards to when internet was created, American policies gave companies freedom so that they could explore technologies. At the Latin American level, we are trying to over-regulate because we are trying to regulate things that haven't even happened or technologies that haven't even emerged. We are comparing ourselves to Europe or the United States. So, it makes virtually no sense. Now, secondly, throughout these panels and these 2 days, we have heard a lot about auditing, regulation, or the regulatory frameworks. But the next point is an epistemical governance of internet or AI specifically, because we are talking about Latin America, but we're still talking about ontological frameworks that come from other countries. So we want to fix and drill certain points, but we don't know how to measure these points, especially taking into consideration that these models are based on certain levels of complexity of AI. We have normal networks where we can measure results, but we can't explain how these models think. So how can we measure or assess that these technologies and models are living up to par to the frameworks that we are implementing? So we're seeking for data protection doesn't really go against the communities that we are seeking not to exclude. I'm going to speak Portuguese. And Rodolfo helped me out here. So my name is Enrique. I'm a journalist. I'm from the Goiás, in the center of Brazil. I'm a member of the delegation of a Brazilian program on revolving around internet. I want to talk about my experience, which is related to the theme of this panel. For the first time in history of federal legislation, we submitted a bill around internet governance, and specifically around the sustainability of digital environmental processes. This is happening at the legislative strata, and there are 2 projects. One is being treated this week, and it's going to treat or revolve around internet governance and actions at school level, for example, and even in other states. It it could be beneficial. We can train on digital spheres, but I think also we are going to talk about allotting public funds so to support these projects in AI, digital technology, community networks, sustainability, and help to enforce this public policy in those areas and to help other traditional indigenous communities. And I would like to know what you think about these kinds of initiatives and how we can strengthen them within the context of Latin America and the Caribbean, strengthen initiatives like this, thinking on how these devices help local governments increase and enhance the dialogue and participate or make civil society participatory. I don't know if we have room or time for a new round of replies. Paola, would you like to begin? Maybe you're around? Yes, here I am. So I just wanted to go back to the idea of why is it necessary to have strong regulations. And I think that what is happening at a global level is a great example to observe why the United States, the unregulated United American model, is dangerous. It is not only dangerous for us, but for the world. I think that opposing these two models, the EU and the American model, is clearly evidence that when you do not regulate, we become completely subordinated to the decisions made by the companies. Now, when we broaden economical divides between countries, when we deepen inequality between countries, and this is in some way supported by the accumulation of wealth in these countries, concentrating property and capital, then give way to asymmetrical relationships. So when the free trade treaties are in place, we sort of handing our data without any regards, right? We don't know. When we participate in the value chain within AI with badly paid jobs, as in the case of people who label data. I mean, many Latin American women have employment in this area, in this field, but make very little money. When we offer our natural resources in detriment of the health and the well-being of our communities, clearly we have a problem that needs solving. I mean, it's not only about using technology, but seeking that those technologies not affect, firstly, our communities and our territories. If we do not have an understanding around that, then we are going to continue promoting the consumption of these technologies in detriment of our own selves, because we are perpetuating abuse of human rights of people who are inhabiting the region. Thank you, Paola. Maybe it's important to think that there are already treaties and agreements that have this into consideration. If we think about UNESCO's recommendations on ethics around AI, countries have already signed, and they agree that it is necessary to establish rules that guarantee that these technologies develop in alignment with human rights and respect to human rights and boosting human rights. And the countries also agree that there is a significant participation that is needed in the process of development of these technologies. So not only are we talking about this from a moot point, but there is a commitment and consensus in that direction, which is also based on the understanding of the impacts of the technology, which we don't need to repeat. Paola mentioned them, Juan Pablo did as well. I just wanted to add that are some political positions that are important to take into consideration, are in line with what Jamila was saying, as was the BRICS position, which I think sets the tone about how governments are aligning in line of this of counteracting what is happening. So we think that, yes, governments are trying to counteract this and trying to play a role in strengthening the region. I don't know if anybody else might want to add anything. I just want to add that this tool that we have, this AI tool, is open code, is open sourced, and it is available on our website. And our data training is local data training, and that is open code as well. So the data set that we have is able, I mean, you can share it, it's open code, it can be enhanced, enriched. So I want to, make it available for anybody who might want to access it. And at the same time, it is a way of producing locally and sharing locally. So to answer the second question, I think this might help.
In fact, as we've seen, we've been analyzing the situation from the telecommunication and IT chamber in Colombia. What we need in Colombia and we need for the region is a concrete and operational conversation as regards national policies on AI. Chile has advanced, Peru, Brazil have advanced, but some countries are lagging behind. And this is not new. Yes, they do not have laws related to the protection of data or infrastructure. So we are in an uneven situation. And I think that regulation is just one part of the discussion. But because I think that we need to move forward in the implementation and use of the AI enablers, yes, and on AI itself. So if we are placing some barriers and some entrance barriers on these technologies, maybe we are limiting something that has not reached the full potential. Of course, the conversation on regulation is fully relevant, but I think that we should have a broader conversation on general policies are related to AI. I'll be brief. Adding to that, I think that all projects are welcomed, but I think that it would be interesting that they are aligned in the strategies at national level and in the examples that you shared today. And with the implementation of AI, well, I want to say that we have two guidelines implemented from the Brazilian government, and well, maybe I wasn't clear enough with my use of language, but I mentioned AI Observatory, which is included in AI Brazilian plan, which includes investment and infrastructure. And there is also a component of training. And I know that we are short on time, but I would like to differentiate AI. Which is AI exactly? We have different state initiatives aimed at, let's say, one part of AI, which is language models. And this is what nowadays is more popular, and we need the capacity to process technologies that are out of the basic. Yes, big techs have enormous data sets, and the contribution among regions might achieve the creation of a technology that maybe will develop AI in the future. So we are discussing how our region might export talent to those big companies. And well, this is the situation we are experiencing, not only in Brazil, in many countries of the world. Several years ago, the development of AI and AI technologies. They are no longer developed from the university centers, but they are being developed by the companies. And well, there comes the aspect of autonomy. So we have to acquire the resources from the companies. So from the from the governments, from the state, maybe we need support from the government in order to retain talent. Okay, we have just 1 minute maximum in order to share your perspectives as regards priorities for the next year so that AI would become an alternative for sustainable digital economies. Please be brief with your recommendations. Okay, with 30 seconds. I think that we need to build or to develop those national policies of AI to make them functional and implement them. Apply in the technologies in the countries that they have and develop them in the countries that they don't have them. And well, I think that the fundamental issue is to enhance cooperation processes that will enable the processes of capacity creation, because we need to have a better level of participation that reflects the specificities of the region, and I think that we need to develop a common voice in order to have a better representation in global processes. Specifically, what comes next in the dialogue about AI and in the International Scientific Panel that is going to be held in the future. Well, our bet is, or our idea is to democratize the access to information and knowledge. We work together with the Ministry of Education of the province of Córdoba, and our proposal is to offer the same in-person course that we offered. Now we are offering this course in a virtual mode so we can address a wider audience, not only for Argentina, but for other countries. And from that, we will be working with this local tool, and maybe in the future we can develop a different data set with many voices. I really want that all state investment in infrastructure and research done by government is directed to strengthening the national market. And so we are not talking about resources benefiting international companies. Let's hope that national companies would use the benefits of that investment.
So a priority action for AI to become a true alternative for the region, or that it can be developed, is strengthening the enabling conditions of these inclusive conditions, strengthening talent, significant connectivity, and effective governance. Paola, I would like to add the issue around investment. I mean, at least 70% of PIB, of GDP, is geared to the. So if we want to have real technological development, we should be aligned that we really need to invest. And investing in technology where everybody can participate, not only smaller groups. Thank you so much. Paola, everybody, thank you for your participation. I think we are finishing this panel really inspired to move forward. And we have also created a call on the importance of building existing consensus in favor of creating more equity in such an unbalanced environments, such as the technological development at a global level. And I think that public investments should be geared towards, or at least a part of them should be geared to development AI and technologies at a local and regional level. So I think that is a very important first step to think about, especially because when we look at the policies of the different countries, we don't necessarily see that it is this way. So we need to continue thinking and opening up spaces to continue the conversation to see how we can participate in this digital market at a global level. Valeria, I don't know if you would like to make any final remark? So, of course, the challenges are many, as we have seen and heard. This is just one session, an invitation to look at AI from this other perspective. And I hope that we have laid some conditions so that the regional dialogue can continue to flourish and nurture from the different actors' perspectives, and so that Lacigf can continue to provide a space for this dialogue to continue to take place, and these ways that we can contribute to the global processes that Juan Pablo has mentioned. So thank you for your presence, for the thought-provoking questions, and I don't know if this is the end. Okay, thank you so much. All right, thank you. Thank you to everybody who has participated with this session. We conclude the 18th edition of Lacigf. We hope that the issues that we dealt with these 2 days create dialogue and collaboration way beyond this forum has finished. So to close this event, we are going to have Maria Rivera Betancourt, who is from the organizing committee. She is a project manager and project director at Wingo. Please go ahead. Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank Jose Hines, who was the MC today and yesterday. So thank you, Jose. And now I would like to very briefly share with you the history of why from Civic House and Wingo we are here today. And it is that in February this year, especially as being an organization from the civil society, or as a civil society, we were going through a very complex reality in terms of funding. I think, yes, everybody here in Latin America in this room know very well what you're talking about. So for us, it was really hard to think about what would happen in November. And against that backdrop, we made this huge effort, which is that we did the FITS, the Innovation and Technology Festival in Bogota, which is where we met Colnodo. And then it is that we allowed ourselves to imagine what November would look like and to dare to submit a proposal to be the host. And that's where the Secretariat of Lacigf and the multi-stakeholder party decided to take a chance on us. I am elated. I'm so proud that this happened this way, and that these last few days we have had this space in Córdoba, which decentralizes the conversation with so many parallel events, and so many people's efforts came together to make this possible. And I also think that in these days we allowed ourselves as a region and as an ecosystem of Latin America to dream about something that goes beyond next year or the next November, which makes me really happy. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank everybody who has traveled from different parts of the country and the region to be here these days with us. And I want to thank people from Córdoba who have received us with open arms. And I want to invite those who have come, enjoy the city and enjoy this space. And I only have thank yous for Colnodo, Julian, Lilian, Angel, who have been there from day one, and to all of our team in Wingo and Civic House who have been dreaming about this event and working so hard to making it happen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria. Finally, we want to invite to the stage Julián Casajuena, who is the director of Colnodo, which is the organization that since 2023 has been in charge of the executive secretariat of Lacigf. Okay, thank you so much. As Maria very well put, is that it is a very special moment as we are coming together in this forum. This is the third edition that we have organized with Colnodo. And from the Secretariat, we are also really thankful and grateful for all this effort and all these achievements, which implies coordinating this IGF and its 18th edition. I know that these days have been super intense. We thank everybody for their good predisposition to maintain this space as an active place to listen and reflect. This session finalizes 2 days of a lot of activities and alternative activities. We would like to thank more than 100 panelists, rapporteurs, and trainers that came together in 24 sessions. 17 of those came through submissions and an open proposal, an open call. 5 were organized by the committee, and 2 were part of the trust fund committee. We know all the work that comes behind it, and that thanks to that, we have had the pleasure of having them in this space. We would like to thank everybody who, both in person and online, have been following the different sessions. In person, we were accompanied or joined by more than 220 people from 16 countries: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Spain, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela, among others. So 38% of participants weighed from the civil society, 13 from academia, 12% from the government. This 12% means a 4% increase from last year. 10% came from the technical community, 2% came from means of communication, and another 10% came from other actors. We had 567 visualizations online with a peak of 50 people connected. We registered more than 70 messages in the chat box and more than 94 reactions, which reflects active participation and sustained participation throughout sessions. 151 people followed or joined the WhatsApp channel, and we managed to get more than 500 followers on Instagram. 46% of participants were males, and 3% were non-binary participants. So we've had an increase in the participation of women. So we would like to thank all our hosts who have been dedicating their efforts and energy, and they put all of that at the disposal of the forum. And I'd like to thank
event. We also invite you to visit the site, which is www.lacigf.com, where you can have more information about the forum. And lastly, I would like to invite you to have a group photo, which would be the last photograph taken from this forum. Of course, we have our photo of a photographer that is going to arrange the last picture, and I would like to uh, okay, so if you still have the simultaneous interpretation device, yes, please leave those devices at the entrance. I would like to say goodbye at this point and thank you for your attention. I would like to go back to the words of Maria. If you're still staying in Cordoba, please try to tour the city, to get to know the city. Please have a safe trip home. And now, yes, good afternoon for everyone. Thank you.